Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, names written in pencil, covered every inch of the hardwood, some overlapping, others perfectly spaced. Each one was followed by a short phrase like "under the stairs" or "don't answer." Near the window, a name had been scratched out violently, and below it, "She's not done yet." Detective Morgan Ellis had seen many disturbing crime scenes in her 15 years with the Pineville Police Department, but something about the abandoned Victorian home on Sycamore Lane made her stomach tight. It wasn't just the names scrawled across the floor of the master bedroom. It was how meticulously they had been written, some in cursive, others in block letters, all in the same handwriting. The call had come in at 6:47 a.m. A real estate agent named Diane Mercer had arrived early to prepare the property for a showing. The house had been vacant for 8 months following the death of its previous owner, Alina Webb, an elderly widow who had lived there for over 40 years. Diane had entered through the front door, noting that it was unlocked despite her having locked it the previous evening. When she reached the second floor and opened the door to the master bedroom, she found the floor covered in handwritten names. "I don't understand," Diane had told the 911 dispatcher, her voice trembling. "I was here yesterday afternoon and everything was normal. The floors were clean. Someone must have broken in overnight." Ellis crouched down to examine the names more closely. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Some were common: Jessica, Michael, Sarah. Others were unusual: Thaddeus, Meridian, Isolde, each accompanied by a cryptic note. "In the garden, behind the wallpaper, don't look up." "Any signs of forced entry?" Ellis asked Officer Jenkins, who was securing the perimeter. "None that we can find," Jenkins replied. "Either they had a key or the agent forgot to lock up." Diane Mercer stood in the hallway, arms crossed tightly over her chest. "I didn't forget," she insisted. "I always double-check. This house already has a reputation for being hard to sell. The last thing I needed was vandalism." Ellis nodded sympathetically. "Did Ms. Webb have any family who might still have keys to the property?" "Just a niece in Seattle, Rebecca something. She inherited the house but didn't want it. That's why it's been sitting empty." Ellis made a note to contact the niece. "And what can you tell me about Alina Webb?" Diane shifted uncomfortably. "Not much. She kept to herself. Neighbors said she was eccentric, always watching from the windows, rarely leaving except to tend her garden. Some kids in the neighborhood thought she was a witch." She laughed nervously. "Small town gossip, you know." But small towns had long memories, and Ellis had grown up in Pineville. She remembered the whispers about the strange old woman on Sycamore Lane, how children would dare each other to knock on her door on Halloween, how pets would go missing in her neighborhood. "I'm going to need to take a closer look at the property," Ellis told Diane, "and I'll need contact information for that niece." Rebecca Webb arrived in Pineville 3 days later. She was tall and angular, with graying hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her eyes, deeply set and wary, surveyed the house with visible distaste. "I haven't been here since I was 12, she told Ellis as they stood on the porch. "My parents sent me to stay with Aunt Alina one summer. It was not pleasant." "In what way?" Ellis asked. Rebecca's mouth tightened. Alina had rules, so many rules. Don't go in the basement, don't touch her books, don't speak during dinner. and she was always writing in these little notebooks she kept hidden around the house. Ellis felt a chill despite the warm spring day. Writing what? Names, mostly people she'd met, people she'd seen in town. She had this theory that knowing someone's true name gave you power over them. Rebecca shook her head. She was paranoid, possibly schizophrenic, though she was never diagnosed. By the time I was sent here, she rarely left the house. Inside, forensics had finished processing the scene. The names on the floor had been photographed, catalogued, and samples of the pencil markings collected. Ellis led Rebecca to the master bedroom. Rebecca stopped in the doorway, her face draining of color. "Oh God," she whispered, "she's still doing it." "What do you mean?" Ellis asked sharply. "The names, this is exactly what she used to do. She would write them down, then add little notes about where she thought they were hiding or what they were planning." "Who did she think was hiding?" Rebecca looked at Ellis with haunted eyes. The people who were watching her, the people who wanted to hurt her. They weren't real, detective. At least I don't think they were. The investigation took an unexpected turn the following day when Officer Jenkins discovered a small notebook hidden behind a loose brick in the garden wall. The pages were filled with the same handwriting as the names on the floor. Dates, names, and locations carefully documented over what appeared to be decades. April 17, 1984, Thomas Becker moving next door to spy. Watches through binoculars at night. June 3, 1989, Caroline Wells pretends to be mail carrier. Steals letters with important messages. September 12, 2001, Meredith Sloan replaced my doctor, prescribing poison instead of medicine. The entries continued, growing more paranoid and disjointed over time. The final entry, dated 7 months before Alina's death, simply read, "They're coming inside now. Through the walls. I hear them at night. The only safe place is under the floorboards." Ellis shared the notebook with Rebecca, who confirmed it was her aunt's handwriting. "She was getting worse," Rebecca said quietly. "I tried to check on her occasionally by phone, but she became convinced I was part of the conspiracy too. Eventually, she stopped answering my calls." "Did anyone else have access to the house after she died?" Ellis asked. "Just the estate attorney and the real estate agency. I couldn't bear to come back and clean it out myself. I hired a service to pack up her belongings." Ellis made more calls. The cleaning service confirmed they had removed personal items from the home 4 months earlier. The floors had been bare. There had been no names written anywhere. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A neighbor across the street, Mrs. Gladys Winters, approached Ellis as she was leaving the house one evening. "I saw someone there," the elderly woman said, her voice quavering. "2 nights before your real estate lady found those writings. A young woman with long dark hair. She had a key. I assumed she was related to poor Alina." Ellis showed her a photo of Rebecca Webb. Was it this woman? Mrs. Winters squinted at the image. No, much younger, maybe 30, thin, almost sickly looking. A search through Alina's records revealed nothing about another relative or friend who might have a key. But when Ellis showed the neighbor photos from Alina's collection, Mrs. Winters immediately pointed to one. "That's her. Who is she?" The photo showed a young woman with hollow cheeks and dark, intense eyes standing next to Alina in the garden. It was labeled on the back, "Meredith, my savior, 2001. Meredith, the same name Alina had written in her notebook, claiming this woman had replaced her doctor and was poisoning her. Further investigation revealed that a Meredith Sloan had indeed been a nurse at the local clinic where Alina received treatment for hypertension in 2001. She had been dismissed after several patients complained about missing medications. She had disappeared from Pineville shortly afterward with no forwarding address. It took 3 more weeks to locate Meredith Sloan. She had changed her name twice and moved across 3 states, but she had recently returned to a town just 30 miles from Pineville. When Ellis and 2 officers arrived at her apartment, they found the walls covered in newspaper clippings about Alina Webb's death and real estate listings for the house on Sycamore Lane. On her kitchen table sat a single key and several pencil stubs, worn down to nubs. Meredith offered no resistance during the arrest. She spoke calmly, almost serenely, as if explaining something perfectly reasonable. Alina understood, she told Ellis during the interrogation. She knew they were watching, all those people pretending to be neighbors, friends, doctors. I was the only one who believed her. I was protecting her. By poisoning her medication, Ellis asked. Meredith's face hardened. Small doses, just enough to prove to her that she was right, that her doctor couldn't be trusted. And the names on the floor. Her work wasn't finished, Meredith whispered. She kept lists of all of them, the watchers. I had to make sure people knew, before the house was sold, before they erased her. Ellis leaned forward. The last name, the one that was scratched out by the window. Whose was it? Meredith's lips curved into a slow smile. Mine, she said softly. Alina realized at the end that I was one of them too, but she was wrong about that. I was helping her. I'm still helping her. Meredith Sloan was charged with breaking and entering, and eventually with contributing to Alina Webb's death through medication tampering. Psychiatric evaluation revealed severe delusional disorder with paranoid features, possibly influenced by her relationship with the equally troubled Alina. The house on Sycamore Lane remained unsold. Despite professional cleaning, new floors, and fresh paint, potential buyers reported feeling watched, hearing whispers from empty rooms, finding pencil marks appearing mysteriously on walls overnight. Rebecca Webb eventually had the house demolished, the land left vacant, but locals still claim that on quiet nights you can hear the scratch of pencil on wood, names being written, warnings being left for those who know how to listen. And Detective Ellis keeps the case file in her desk drawer, occasionally reviewing the photographs of those names spread across the floor. Sometimes she finds herself checking the addresses, following up on the cryptic notes. Under the stairs, behind the wallpaper, don't look up. Just to be sure. Because in the smallest corner of her mind, a question lingers that she can never quite dismiss. What if Alina Webb wasn't delusional after all? Crime 2, it wasn't hidden, just sitting there, rusted and sealed with wire. They cut it open expecting tools or trash. Instead, they found fingernails, dozens all painted red. On the inside of the lid, written in lipstick, he said they grow back. The property at 1428 Westlake Drive had been vacant for almost 18 months. A modest 3-bedroom ranch home in Chester County, Pennsylvania, built in the 1970s with faded yellow siding and a cracked concrete driveway. Nothing about the house suggested anything unusual. Nothing except the stories neighbors told about the woman who had lived there. Diane Mercer was 46 when she disappeared in February 2019. She had lived in the house for 12 years, the last 8 of them alone after her divorce. Neighbors described her as polite but reserved, the kind of person who would wave from her driveway but rarely stop to chat. She worked as a dental assistant at a local clinic, drove a beige Honda Civic, and kept her lawn neatly trimmed year-round. She was just ordinary, recalled Martha Simmons, who lived across the street, but there was something about her eyes, like she was always watching for something that might happen. According to employment records, Diane had missed 3 consecutive shifts before her supervisor reported her absence to local police. When officers performed a welfare check on February 18th, they found no signs of forced entry. Her car was in the garage. The house was undisturbed. The mail had accumulated in the box for several days. Inside, they found half a cup of coffee on the kitchen counter, cold and partially consumed. The television was on, volume low, tuned to a home renovation show. Diane's purse containing her wallet, ID, and credit card sat untouched on the hall table. Her cell phone was found plugged into its charger beside her bed. The sheets were pulled back as if she had just gotten up. In the bathroom, a toothbrush with dried toothpaste lay next to the sink. It was like she just evaporated mid-morning, Detective Thomas Reeves would later tell reporters. People don't just vanish without taking anything, not unless something made them. The investigation remained active but yielded few results. Diane had no known enemies. Her ex-husband David had remarried and moved to Arizona 3 years earlier. Phone records showed no unusual calls. Security footage from nearby businesses revealed nothing suspicious. The case gradually cooled, becoming one of the hundreds of unexplained disappearances that haunt small-town police departments across America. Then came the foreclosure. In August 2020, after 18 months of mortgage payments in default, the bank took possession of the property. They contracted Northeast Property Management to clean and prepare the house for sale. This is when Jeremy Hollies and his assistant Casey Mitchell arrived to inspect the house. Most of these foreclosure cleanouts are the same, Jeremy explained. You find some junk, maybe some forgotten clothes. Sometimes there's water damage if the heat got shut off in winter, but nothing prepares you for finding something like that. The pair had already cleared the main floor and were working their way through the basement. The unfinished space contained the usual assortment of abandoned furniture and cardboard boxes. Against the far wall sat an old clawfoot bathtub, its porcelain surface stained with rust and age. It had been disconnected from any plumbing, apparently used for storage. Inside the tub was a metal toolbox, approximately 15 inches long, secured with heavy-gauge wire wrapped multiple times around its body. Casey thought maybe it was valuable tools, Jeremy said. You know, something worth locking up. Sometimes people hide cash in these foreclosure situations. We figured we should open it for the bank's inventory. Using wire cutters from their truck, they snipped through the bindings. The lid was stiff, as if it had been sealed shut with some kind of adhesive. When they finally pried it open, both men stepped back in shock. Inside, neatly arranged in rows, were dozens of human fingernails. They were long, curved, and painted a deep crimson red. Some appeared to have dried blood still attached at the base. Below this grim collection was a small notebook with a black cover, and on the inside of the box's lid, written in what appeared to be red lipstick, were the words, "He said they grow back." Police were immediately called to the scene. The initial investigation confirmed what was obvious to anyone who saw the contents. These were human fingernails, apparently removed whole from their owners. Forensic analysis would later determine they came from at least 7 different individuals, all female, based on DNA sampling. One set matched Diane Mercer's DNA profile obtained from her hairbrush. The notebook contained entries dating back 5 years, written in a neat, controlled handwriting. Most entries were short, clinical observations. Subject 4 resisted more than the others, required additional sedation. Nail bed recovery approximately 14 days. Subject 2 showing promising regrowth rate. The calcium supplements appear to be working. Tonight will be the final harvest from Subject 3, moving her to secondary location. It was immediately clear we weren't dealing with just a missing person case anymore, said Detective Reeves. The notebook entries suggested an organized, methodical individual conducting some kind of deranged experiment. The investigation shifted dramatically. Diane was no longer presumed to be just a victim, she might also be a perpetrator. Records of her past were scrutinized with new intensity. Her dental clinic employment gave her access to sedatives and medical knowledge. She had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. Former coworkers expressed disbelief. She was gentle with patients, said Dr. Robert Carlin, who had employed Diane for 11 years. Especially good with anxious people. She had this way of calming them down, making them feel safe. 3 weeks into the renewed investigation, detectives discovered that the basement had a hidden space behind a false wall in the utility room. The concealed room, approximately 8 by 10 feet, contained a reclining chair bolted to the floor with leather restraints attached to the armrests. A small medical cart held various instruments, including several pairs of specialized pliers and clippers designed for nail removal. A refrigerator contained vials of lidocaine and other local anesthetics. The walls were soundproofed with acoustic foam panels. A digital camera on a tripod was positioned to record the chair. Several external hard drives were found containing video files, each labeled with dates and subject numbers corresponding to entries in the notebook. What troubled us most was the level of organization, Detective Reeves explained. This wasn't impulsive behavior. This was calculated, planned, refined over time. And yet we had no reports of victims matching this specific form of trauma. Whoever these women were, they weren't reporting their experiences to authorities. The investigation expanded to include missing persons cases throughout the tri-state area. 6 women were identified as possible victims based on the timeline established from the notebook. All had disappeared under circumstances similar to Diane's own, vanishing, few signs of struggle, personal belongings left behind, no apparent motive. Then came a breakthrough from an unexpected source. David Mercer, Diane's ex-husband, contacted police after seeing news reports about the discovery. During their marriage counseling sessions years earlier, he revealed Diane had disclosed a childhood trauma. At age 9, she had been punished by an aunt who would systematically remove her fingernails as discipline, telling the young girl, "Don't worry, they grow back." "I always thought it was just a story," David told investigators. "Something she made up to explain why she was so particular about her nails. She always kept them perfect, wouldn't let anyone touch them." Police now theorized that Diane had either become a perpetrator, recreating her trauma on others, or had fabricated the entire scene before disappearing. The hard drives and videos became central to the investigation. The first video file showed a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, unconscious in the chair. As the camera recorded, a figure moved into frame wearing surgical gloves and a face mask. Only the eyes were visible, eyes that matched photographs of Diane Mercer. The figure methodically removed the woman's fingernails one by one, applying something to the nail beds afterward. But the most disturbing aspect wasn't the procedure itself. It was what happened next. The masked figure leaned down and whispered to the unconscious woman, "You'll be okay. They grow back, and when they do, I'll come find you again." As investigators reviewed more files, a pattern emerged. Women would be sedated, their nails removed, then apparently released somewhere. Later videos showed the same women months later with regrown nails. The cycle would repeat. In each case, the perpetrator documented the rate of regrowth, the health of the nail bed, and any variations in technique that improved results. This wasn't about causing permanent harm, said forensic psychologist Dr. Elaine Harper, who consulted on the case. This was about creating a renewable resource. These women were being farmed for their fingernails in a cycle of trauma that could theoretically continue indefinitely. The search for Diane Mercer intensified. Analysis of her financial records revealed small cash withdrawals in the months leading up to her disappearance, totaling approximately $12,000. Her passport was unaccounted for. Border crossing records were checked without success. Then 13 months after the discovery of the toolbox, a 911 call came from a motel outside Portland, Oregon. A cleaning staff member had discovered a woman unconscious in a room registered under a false name. When paramedics arrived, they found her suffering from an apparent overdose. Her fingernails had been recently removed. In her possession was a small notebook identical to the one found in the toolbox. Inside were new entries, continuing the meticulous documentation of subjects and their nail regrowth patterns. The woman was identified as Diane Mercer. Hospital staff reported that as Diane regained consciousness, she repeatedly murmured the same phrase, "They always grow back. He promised they would grow back." As of today, Diane Mercer remains in psychiatric care, deemed unfit to stand trial. The investigation to identify all her victims continues. Of the 7 DNA profiles identified from the fingernail collection, only 3 have been matched to known individuals. The others remain anonymous, perhaps unaware that they were part of a cycle of trauma born from Diane's own childhood experiences. The house on Westlake Drive was eventually sold to a young couple who renovated it completely, unaware of its history, until neighbors told them the story. The bathtub was removed and destroyed. The hidden room was converted into a wine cellar. But sometimes, late at night, the new owners say they can hear faint scratching sounds coming from the basement walls, like fingernails slowly growing back. Crime 3, everything else reflected perfectly, but the ceiling in the mirror was pitch black, endless. Sometimes movement flickered in the dark above, shadows shifting just out of reach. One night, the ceiling in the mirror dropped slightly lower, and something inside it reached down. Sarah Novick moved to Millfield, Ohio in the spring of 2018. At 32, she was starting over, a new town, a new job as a high school art teacher, and a small one-bedroom apartment that felt like her own after years of sharing spaces with roommates in Chicago. The apartment was in an older building on Willow Street, built in the 1940s, with high ceilings and large windows that filled the space with light. It was perfect for her fresh start. Sarah was quiet by nature. Her colleagues described her as thoughtful, sometimes lost in her own world. Her students appreciated her gentle guidance and her ability to see potential in their work. She had a routine that rarely varied, teaching during the day, sketching in the evenings, calling her mother every Sunday. Once a month, she would drive to Columbus to visit her sister, Megan, and her 2 young nephews. The antique floor mirror was Sarah's first significant purchase for her new home. She found it at an estate sale just outside Millfield, an ornate Victorian piece with a mahogany frame and glass that had the slightest amber tint of age. The elderly woman running the sale told Sarah the mirror had been in her family for generations. "It's seen a lot," the woman had said, her eyes distant. Sarah remembered feeling a strange moment of connection with the object, as if it was waiting for her. She placed the mirror against the wall in her bedroom, angled so she could see herself from her bed. The first few weeks passed without incident. Sarah settled into her teaching position, made a few acquaintances at work, and began to feel at home in her apartment. Summer was approaching, bringing longer days and warmer evenings. It was on a Tuesday night in early June when Sarah first noticed something odd about the mirror. She had been grading final projects, sitting cross-legged on her bed with papers spread around her. When she glanced up at the mirror, something seemed different. The reflection showed her room perfectly, the cream-colored walls, the blue bedspread, her own tired face, but the ceiling in the reflection was missing. Instead, there was only darkness, as if the room in the mirror extended infinitely upward. Sarah blinked, assuming it was a trick of the light or her exhausted mind playing tricks. When she looked more carefully, the ceiling was reflected normally. She dismissed the incident and went back to her grading. 3 nights later, it happened again. This time, Sarah was certain. The mirror showed her room exactly as it was, except where the ceiling should have been reflected, there was only blackness. And within that darkness, she thought she saw movement, a subtle shift of shadow, like something drifting just beyond her vision. Sarah approached the mirror, studying it closely. The effect disappeared as she got closer. She told herself it must be an optical illusion caused by the angle and the old glass. Yet something about it left her uneasy enough that she texted her sister, "Do you think mirrors can be defective?" Megan had laughed it off. "Unless it's making you look fat, I wouldn't worry about it." Over the next 2 weeks, Sarah noticed the phenomenon more frequently. Always at night, always when she was on her bed, looking at the mirror from a distance. The darkness where the ceiling should be reflected seemed to be growing more distinct. Twice, she was certain she saw movement in that blackness, not random shadows, but deliberate motion, as if something was stirring in the void. Sarah began to avoid looking at the mirror at night. She considered moving it to another room, but felt oddly reluctant to touch it. Instead, she draped a sheet over it before going to bed. But curiosity always got the better of her, and she would pull the sheet aside just for a moment to see if the strange effect was still there. It was during the last week of school, with summer vacation just days away, that Sarah noticed the darkness in the mirror had changed. It seemed to have descended slightly, as if the black void was now lower than the actual ceiling, and the movements within it were more pronounced, shifting patterns that sometimes resembled reaching fingers. Sarah finally confided in her colleague, Daniel Whitman, the school counselor. Over lunch in the teacher's lounge, she described what she'd been seeing, trying to laugh it off as stress-induced hallucinations. Daniel didn't laugh. Instead, he asked if she was sleeping well, if she felt safe in her apartment, if she had experienced any unusual stress or trauma recently. His questions made her feel both validated and more unsettled. "The mind processes anxiety in strange ways," he suggested. "Maybe this mirror has become a focal point for something you're working through subconsciously." On June 12th, Sarah's neighbor, Elaine Mayers, reported hearing unusual noises from Sarah's apartment. It sounded like furniture being moved, she later told police. Heavy things dragging across the floor. It was around 11 p.m., which seemed odd because Sarah was always so quiet. The next morning, Sarah didn't show up for the end-of-year faculty meeting. Calls to her cell phone went straight to voicemail. Daniel, concerned after their conversation the previous day, drove to her apartment during his lunch break. He knocked repeatedly, then convinced the building manager to let him in for a wellness check. The apartment was undisturbed. Sarah's bed was made, her sketchbook open on the nightstand. Her phone was charging on the kitchen counter, and her car keys were in the dish by the door. The only thing out of place was the antique mirror, which had been moved from the bedroom to the center of the living room floor, face up, reflecting the ceiling. Sarah Novick was gone. The initial police investigation treated Sarah's disappearance as a potential runaway case. They noted no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. Her bank account showed no unusual activity. Her car remained in the apartment parking lot. The building had no security cameras, and none of the neighbors reported seeing anyone unusual entering or leaving the building. Detective Marcus Reynolds was assigned to the case. A 20-year veteran of the Millfield Police Department, Reynolds had seen his share of missing persons cases, but something about Sarah's disappearance troubled him from the start. It was too Klein, he would later say in interviews. People don't just vanish without a trace. They leave threads behind, and those threads tell a story. The first thread Reynolds found was in Sarah's sketchbook. The most recent pages contained dozens of drawings of her bedroom mirror, but with progressively darker shadows emerging from the top. The final sketch showed elongated, finger-like shapes reaching down from the darkness. On the page, Sarah had written a single question: what does it want? Reynolds interviewed Sarah's sister, Megan, who shared the text messages about the defective mirror. He spoke to Daniel about their conversation regarding Sarah's increasing anxiety about the mirror. He even tracked down the elderly woman who had sold Sarah the mirror at the estate sale. Florence Wilson was 93 and living in a nursing home outside Columbus. When Reynolds showed her a photo of the mirror, her reaction was visceral. "That's Margaret's mirror," she whispered, her hands trembling. "It should have been buried with her." Reynolds learned that the mirror had belonged to Florence's great-aunt, Margaret Wilson, who had died in 1952 under mysterious circumstances. According to family legend, Margaret had become obsessed with the mirror in the months before her death, claiming something was living in the reflection. She was found dead in her bedroom, the mirror lying face up beside her bed. The coroner had ruled it natural causes, heart failure, but family rumors persisted that something more sinister had occurred. "They should have destroyed that mirror," Florence told Reynolds. "Some things hold on to darkness." By July, the investigation had stalled. Reynolds kept the case open, convinced there was a rational explanation for Sarah's disappearance. He had the mirror examined by forensic specialists who found nothing unusual beyond its age. No fingerprints other than Sarah's were found in the apartment. In August, Megan received a package containing Sarah's necklace, a small silver pendant their mother had given her for her 30th birthday. There was no return address, no note. The postmark was from Millfield. Reynolds organized a second, more thorough search of Sarah's apartment and the surrounding areas, but nothing new emerged. Then in September, 3 months after Sarah vanished, something unexpected happened. Elaine Mayers, the neighbor who had reported strange noises the night before Sarah disappeared, contacted Reynolds with new information. She had been going through photos on her phone and found something disturbing. The night before Sarah disappeared, Elaine had taken a selfie in her apartment to send to her daughter. In the background of the image, visible through Elaine's open door, was a partial view of the hallway, and there, just at the edge of the frame, was what appeared to be a tall, thin figure standing outside Sarah's door. The figure was blurry, its features indistinct, but it seemed unnaturally elongated, as if stretched. "I don't remember seeing anyone in the hall when I took that picture," Elaine insisted. "I would have noticed someone standing there." Reynolds had the image analyzed. The experts concluded that while something was indeed visible in the hallway, The quality of the image made it impossible to determine if it was a person or simply a shadow or artifact in the photo. The case of Sarah Novak remains officially unsolved. Her apartment was eventually cleared out, her possessions placed in storage by her sister. The mirror was taken as evidence by the Millfield Police Department, where it remains in their evidence locker to this day. Occasionally, officers claim to see strange reflections in it, never when looking directly, only from the corner of their eye. Some swear the ceiling above it never quite appears in the reflection, no matter the angle. These stories are dismissed as station house folklore, the kind of tales that grow around unsolved mysteries. 5 years after Sarah's disappearance, in 2023, an anonymous letter arrived at the Millfield Police Department addressed to Detective Reynolds, who had since retired. The letter contained only a single sentence. It reaches down, but you have to look up to see it. The letter was written on a piece of paper torn from a sketchbook, in handwriting that experts could neither confirm nor rule out as Sarah Novak's. Sarah's case has joined the long list of unexplained disappearances that haunt small towns across America, cases where people simply vanish, leaving behind more questions than answers. Some in Millfield claim to have seen a woman resembling Sarah walking alone at night, always near buildings with large windows or reflective surfaces. Others insist they've seen her reflection in store windows or car mirrors, even when no one is standing there to cast it. The truth about what happened to Sarah Novak on that June night may never be known, but in Millfield, Ohio, many residents now cover their mirrors at night just to be safe. Crime 4, no baby, no bedding, just a voice recorder looped on playback. A woman's voice whispered lullabies between sobs. Occasionally the tape crackled with silence, followed by faint giggling from more than one voice. Under the crib, taped to the floor, a note that read, "She still wants to be rocked." Detective Ava Morno stood in the doorway of the nursery for a long moment, her breath visible in the unusually cold room. The central heating had been turned off, leaving the April air in Oak Ridge, Vermont to seep through the old farmhouse walls. As the morning light filtered through pale yellow curtains, dust particles danced around the empty crib, the only piece of furniture in the otherwise bare room. 24 hours earlier, 32-year-old Sarah Kendall had been reported missing by her husband, Michael. Their 10-month-old daughter, Emma, was nowhere to be found. The initial assumption, a distraught mother had taken her child, crumbled when officers entered the nursery and discovered the recorder. No diaper bag was missing, no clothing taken. The family vehicle remained in the driveway. "How long has the recorder been playing?" Detective Morno asked the first responding officer. "Since we arrived at 6:42 this morning. Husband says he discovered it at 5:30 when he woke up for work. Claims he never enters the nursery, says it's been too painful since they lost the baby to SIDS 3 months ago." Morno's eyes narrowed. This case had just shifted entirely. Sarah Kendall had grown up in Oak Ridge, a quiet town of 8,000 where generations of families knew each other's business. Former high school valedictorian and homecoming queen, Sarah had returned after college to teach 3rd grade at the same elementary school she had attended. Her students adored her. Parents requested her classroom. She volunteered at the library on weekends, reading to toddlers with animated voices that made even the shyest children giggle. When she married Michael Kendall in 2019, the local newspaper covered their wedding with a 2-page spread. Michael had moved to town 5 years earlier to open an accounting firm. Handsome and reserved, he quickly established himself as reliable and trustworthy. Their courtship had been brief but intense, culminating in a June wedding at Sarah's parents' church. The pregnancy announcement came 8 months later. Sarah's classroom became a sea of handmade cards and tiny knitted booties from students' grandmothers. Michael expanded his office, hiring 2 additional accountants to prepare for paternity leave. They purchased the old Lawson farmhouse on Maple Street, spending weekends painting and renovating. Emma Rose Kendall was born on a warm summer evening in 2022. For 5 months, Sarah documented every smile, every first, flooding her social media with images of domestic bliss. Then the post stopped. A brief obituary appeared in the local paper. Sudden infant death syndrome, no services, family requests privacy. Sarah returned to teaching after a 6-week absence. Parents noticed how she avoided eye contact during parent-teacher conferences. Colleagues reported hearing her sobbing in the faculty bathroom. Michael worked longer hours, often sleeping at the office during tax season. And then on April 17, 2023, Sarah disappeared. The voice recorder contained 6 hours of audio. Forensic technicians determined it had been set on a continuous loop. The first hour was mostly Sarah's voice, singing Hush Little Baby and Rockabye Baby with occasional breaks for crying. The second hour contained long stretches of silence, interrupted by a male voice, not Michael's, whispering unintelligible words. The third hour featured a conversation between Sarah and an unidentified woman, discussing feeding schedules and sleep training as if Emma were still alive. The fourth hour made Detective Morneau request a psychological consultant. "She's growing so fast," Sarah's voice said on the recording. "Her eyes are changing color. Michael says they look like mine now." "That's wonderful," replied the unknown woman. "And how is Michael adjusting to fatherhood?" "He doesn't believe me," Sarah whispered. "He says I'm confused, that I need help, but I hear her at night. I know my baby." "Of course you do," the woman soothed. "Mothers know, mothers always know." The final 2 hours of the recording contained the same lullabies on repeat, with periods of silence growing progressively longer until only the mechanical whirring of the recorder remained. Technical analysis dated the recording to approximately 1 week before Sarah's disappearance. Michael Kendall sat in the interview room for 3 hours, answering the same questions with growing agitation. Yes, Sarah had struggled after Emma's death. No, she hadn't been violent or threatening. Yes, she had been seeing Dr. Alina Winters, a grief counselor in Burlington. No, he hadn't heard the recording before that morning. Yes, she sometimes spoke as if Emma were still alive, especially when exhausted or stressed. "When did you last see your wife?" Detective Morneau asked for the 5th time. "I told you yesterday morning before work. She was making coffee. She seemed better, calmer than she had been in weeks." "And you didn't check on her when you came home?" "She leaves a note when she's going to bed early. There was a note on the kitchen counter saying she had a headache and was turning in around 7. I worked in my home office until midnight, then went to our bedroom. The door was closed. I assumed she was sleeping and didn't want to disturb her." "So you didn't see her in bed?" Michael hesitated. The room was dark. I saw someone under the covers. "You didn't speak to her or touch her?" "I told you I didn't want to wake her if she finally got some rest." When asked about his whereabouts for the past week, Michael provided a detailed schedule, corroborated by multiple witnesses, clients, employees, even the barista at his regular coffee shop. His alibi seemed airtight, yet something in his steadiness unsettled Morneau. People with missing spouses typically unraveled during questioning. Michael Kendall remained composed, as if reciting financial data. The investigation expanded beyond the Kendall home. Officers interviewed neighbors, colleagues, friends. A consistent picture emerged. Sarah had been deteriorating. Several witnesses reported seeing her pushing an empty stroller through the neighborhood park. Her principal had suggested a leave of absence after Sarah brought baby toys to school, placing them on her desk during lessons. Dr. Alina Winters initially refused to discuss Sarah's treatment, citing confidentiality. When presented with a warrant, she reluctantly revealed that Sarah had been experiencing complicated grief, sometimes manifesting as denial and occasional dissociative episodes. She believed Emma was communicating with her, Dr. Winters explained, not in a supernatural way, but in the sense that she couldn't accept the finality of death. She reported hearing crying at night, finding toys moved around the nursery. Did she mention anyone else being involved in these experiences? Morneau asked. Dr. Winters hesitated. In our last session, she mentioned a support group, mothers who had lost children. She said they understood her in ways Michael couldn't. Did she provide names? Just one, a woman named Cassandra who supposedly lost twins to SIDS 5 years ago. Sarah said Cassandra believed her about Emma still being present somehow. A search through county records found no reported infant deaths matching that description within the past decade. On day 3 of the investigation, officers canvassing the area discovered something unusual at the abandoned Whitaker property, 2 miles from the Kendall home. The dilapidated farmhouse had been vacant for years, but a neighbor reported seeing lights through the windows several nights earlier. Inside, police found evidence of recent occupation. Food wrappers, blankets, and a journal bearing Sarah's name. The entries became increasingly disjointed over 20 pages. April 10, Cassandra says the doctors lied to me. SIDS is too convenient, too neat. She lost her boys the same way. Her husband never believed her either. April 12, the mothers meet tonight. They understand. They've seen the truth too. April 14, Emma's cries are stronger in the nursery. Michael doesn't hear them. He can't hear them because he's part of it. Cassandra explained everything. The pattern, the husband's always involved. April 15, I found the death certificate. The doctor's signature doesn't match other documents. Michael's business partner signed as witness. They are all connected. April 16, recording everything now. Need evidence. The mothers will help me take Emma back. Cassandra says we'll be reunited soon. They have a special place where mothers and babies are safe. The final entry was dated the day of Sarah's disappearance. She never died. They took her, replaced her. The crib knows, the recorder knows. Tonight we take her back. The case broke open when facial recognition flagged Sarah Kendall entering a women's shelter in Albany, New York, 170 miles from Oak Ridge. She had arrived disoriented, clutching a bundle of blankets she insisted was her baby. The shelter director, recognizing signs of psychosis, had contacted local authorities. When Detective Morneau arrived to interview her, Sarah appeared sedated but lucid. She immediately asked about Emma. Emma died 3 months ago, Sarah, Morneau said gently. Do you remember that? That's what they wanted us to believe, Sarah whispered. But I know the truth now. The mothers showed me. Which mothers, Sarah? Cassandra. Sarah's eyes widened. You know about Cassandra, then you must believe me too. Over the next hour, Sarah revealed a fragmented narrative. A group of women, all claiming to have lost infants under suspicious circumstances, had contacted her through an online grief support forum. Led by someone calling herself Cassandra, they convinced Sarah that her baby hadn't died but had been taken as part of an elaborate conspiracy involving medical professionals and husbands who wanted to be free of family obligations. Cassandra said Emma was still in the house, that's why I could hear her crying. She said Michael had hidden her somewhere, waiting to take her away permanently. We placed the recorder to catch him talking to her. And where is Cassandra now? She was taking me to Emma. We drove for hours. She said we were close, just had to switch vehicles. She went to get the other car and never came back. Sarah's voice broke. Did Michael get to her too? Investigators never located anyone matching Cassandra's description. The online forum where Sarah claimed to have met the mothers had been created 3 months earlier, with all accounts tracing back to a single IP address, a public library computer in Burlington. Michael Kendall's background investigation revealed concerning patterns. His previous marriage had ended following the death of their infant son, also attributed to SIDS. Financial records showed substantial life insurance policies for both children, with Michael as sole beneficiary. While circumstantial, these discoveries raised serious questions. Most disturbing was the medical examiner's admission that he had expedited Emma's death certificate as a professional courtesy to Michael without performing standard tests. When Emma's body was exhumed for further examination, toxicology results proved inconclusive due to decomposition. The voice on the recorder, the male voice whispering during the silent stretches, was never identified. Audio experts determined it had been added to the recording separately, spliced in from another source. The note under the crib, "She still wants to be rocked," was written in handwriting that matched neither Sarah's nor Michael's. Sarah Kendall remained under psychiatric care, diagnosed with complicated grief disorder exacerbated by potential manipulation from unknown parties. Michael Kendall, while under investigation, was never charged due to insufficient evidence. He sold the farmhouse 6 months later and relocated to Arizona. The case officially remains open, categorized as a mental health crisis rather than a criminal matter. Yet Detective Morneau keeps a copy of the case file on her desk. Sometimes, during quiet moments, she listens to the recording again, particularly the laughter that follows the lullabies. Audio analysts identified at least 3 distinct voices in those segments. One of them belongs to Sarah, the others remain unknown. In Oak Ridge, new residents who purchase homes on Maple Street often report hearing faint singing late at night, even in empty houses. Local children warn each other to stay away from the old Kendall place, claiming if you listen carefully near the upstairs windows, you can hear a woman counting to 3 over and over, waiting for something or someone to appear. But perhaps most unsettling is what Detective Morneau discovered 6 months after the case went cold. Records of 3 other cases across New England, all involving mothers who lost infants to SIDS, all who disappeared briefly before being found in confused states, all mentioning a woman named Cassandra who promised to reunite them with children they believed were still alive. And in each case, the husbands had taken out substantial life insurance policies just weeks before the babies died. Crime 5 stacked tight like padding, each one stained, some cut open and restitched. When they pulled them away, the concrete behind was covered in tally marks, dozens of groups, each labeled with a date and a name. In the very center, in red, she only hears the quiet ones. The house on Maplewood Drive had always seemed unremarkable. 2 stories of faded yellow siding, black shutters hanging slightly crooked, and a small porch where an empty rocking chair swayed gently in the Missouri breeze. For 14 years, Alina Mercer lived alone in this house, rarely seen by neighbors except when she tended to her immaculate front garden or collected her mail precisely at 4:15 each afternoon. She was polite but distant, recalled Martha Weinwright, who lived across the street. Always wore these pale blue cardigans, even in summer, had this way of tilting her head when she listened to you, like she was trying to hear something else at the same time. Alina had moved to Springfield in 2008, telling those who asked that she was a retired librarian from Minneapolis. Her background checks came back clean. She paid her property taxes on time. She donated modest sums to the local animal shelter every Christmas. Nothing about her suggested anything but a quiet, perhaps lonely existence. Detective James Conroy first entered Alina's home on October 17, 2022, responding to what should have been a routine wellness check. Her garden had grown wild over the summer. Her mailbox was overflowing. The neighbor who called it in, a young mother named Tessa Bryant, had noticed the porch light staying on for 3 consecutive days and nights. "The smell hit me first," Conroy would later testify. "Not decomposition, which I was expecting. It was bleach, industrial strength, so much that my eyes watered instantly." The first floor revealed nothing unusual except for its pristine condition. Everything was meticulously organized, books alphabetized, pantry items arranged by height, even the hangers in the closet spaced exactly 1 inch apart. A half-filled cup of tea sat on the kitchen counter, a thin film of mold floating on its surface. The calendar on the wall was still turned to July. It wasn't until Conroy ventured down the narrow basement stairs that the first incongruity appeared. The basement door had 6 locks, 3 deadbolts, 2 chains, and a sliding bar, all installed on the outside. I remember thinking it was odd that someone living alone would need to lock a basement door from the outside, said Conroy. But I've seen people do strange things when they live by themselves for too long. Some develop rituals, security obsessions. I didn't immediately assume the worst. The basement itself was divided into 2 sections. The first was a standard utility area, washer, dryer, water heater, shelves lined with canned goods and emergency supplies. A workbench stood against one wall, holding neatly arranged tools, each hanging from its own labeled hook. Everything suggested practicality and order. But beyond this normal space, partially hidden behind a makeshift wall of stacked filing cabinets, was another room, a room where the walls were lined with mattresses. 13 of them propped vertically and secured with industrial-strength zip ties to metal brackets in the wall. They created a soundproof barrier around a space roughly 10 feet by 12. When we removed the first mattress, recalled Officer Dana Williams, who assisted Conroy that day, I noticed the stitching along one side wasn't factory-made. Someone had cut it open and sewn it back up multiple times. The same was true for most of them. Inside this insulated room was a single metal bed frame with no mattress, just bare springs, a bucket in the corner, a small desk bolted to the floor, and most disturbingly, hundreds of tally marks etched into the concrete walls behind the mattresses. The marks were grouped, 5 vertical lines crossed by a horizontal one to indicate sets of 5. Each grouping had been labeled with a name and date written in small, precise handwriting. Sarah, June 2009, Michael, November 2010, Jesse, April 2012, and on it went 27 names in total. The most recent, Amber, July 2022. No bodies were found in the house, no blood evidence. Just those names, those dates, and in the center of the main wall, that chilling message written in what lab tests would later confirm was red nail polish. She only hears the quiet ones. Alina Mercer was nowhere to be found. Her car, a 2006 silver Toyota Camry, was missing from the garage. Her bank accounts showed no activity since July 28th. Her passport remained in the fireproof safe under her bed. The investigation that followed would reveal little about Alina's past. The Minneapolis library had no record of her employment. The social security number on her mortgage application belonged to a woman who had died in 1994. The few photographs in the house showed Alina alone, never with friends or family, standing in front of generic landmarks around the country. It was like she had constructed an identity just detailed enough to avoid scrutiny, explained FBI agent Ramona Diaz, who joined the case after the third week. The question became, who was Alina Mercer really, and where were the people whose names marked those walls? The breakthrough came from an unlikely source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Alina's photograph when it appeared on the evening news. He told investigators she had been a regular customer, always selling the same types of items: women's watches, small gold rings, and occasionally phones, always older models, nothing that could be easily traced. She'd come in maybe every 2 months, said the owner, Dale Matheson. Always very pleasant, never haggled over prices. Said she bought items at estate sales and resold them for small profits. I never had reason to doubt her. But when investigators cross-referenced the dates of Alina's pawn shop visits with missing persons cases within a 100-mile radius, a pattern emerged. In the week following each transaction, Alina had made large purchases of specific supplies: bleach, plastic sheeting, duct tape, and sewing kits. The first missing person connected to Alina's basement was Sarah Tillman, a 23-year-old graduate student who disappeared while walking home from a campus library in June 2009. Her name matched the first tally group on the wall. Her parents identified a watch sold to Matheson's pawn shop as belonging to their daughter, a graduation gift with a distinctive engraving. We always thought we would find her, Sarah's mother told reporters, her voice barely above a whisper, but not like this, not as a mark on someone's wall. As investigators dug deeper, they found tenuous connections between Alina and several of the names. She had worked briefly as a hospital volunteer during the same month Michael Braun had been admitted for minor surgery before disappearing. She had attended the same church as Jesse Foster for a brief period in 2012. But the most disturbing discovery came when police found Alina's journal hidden in a hollowed-out section of the basement stairs. The entries were sparse but revealing. April 3, 2012, Jessie talks too much, always about her children. 3 days now of constant chatter. The quiet will be a mercy. November 9, 2015, David fought harder than the others. Broke my wrist. The pain is worth the silence that follows. February 22, 2018, Caroline asked why. They always ask why. I told her the truth. Some people are meant to become silence. The final entry, dated July 30, 2022, read simply, Amber found the others. Time to find a new quiet place. The journal contained no explicit confessions of murder, no details of how victims were captured or killed. Just these cryptic reflections and occasional practical notes about soundproofing techniques and the disposal of personal effects. 6 months into the investigation, authorities had identified 21 of the 27 names as missing persons from across 3 states. Most had disappeared while alone, walking home, working late shifts, or living in isolated areas. All fit a similar profile: soft-spoken, lived alone, or spent significant time alone, few close connections who would immediately report their absence. Alina's Toyota was eventually found abandoned at a bus station in Dallas, Texas. Security footage showed a woman matching her description boarding a bus to Laredo, but the trail went cold at the Mexican border. To this day, despite an international manhunt, Alina Mercer remains at large. No bodies have been recovered. No crime scenes beyond the basement have been identified. Some serial offenders keep trophies, explained forensic psychologist Dr. Martin Reeves, who consulted on the case. Others take photographs. Alina Mercer kept only marks on a wall, reducing her victims to tallies to conquered silence. The mattresses suggest she kept them alive for some period in a room designed to muffle sound. Her journal implies a pathological obsession with silence, possibly stemming from some auditory sensitivity or past trauma. The house on Maplewood Drive stands empty now, its yellow paint peeling more with each passing season. Locals cross to the opposite side of the street when walking past. Children whisper stories about the silence lady who steals people away if they talk too loudly. Sometimes, late at night, neighbors report hearing sounds from the abandoned property, faint tapping, like someone marking time against concrete. The police have investigated these reports multiple times but found nothing. In the 3 years since the discovery, 3 more individuals matching the victim profile have vanished within a 200-mile radius of Springfield. In each case, the person's home showed signs of meticulous cleaning. In each case, a single blue cardigan was found folded neatly on the victim's bed. And in each case, neighbors reported seeing an older woman with a distinctive head tilt in the area days before the disappearance. Alina Mercer may have sought a new quiet place, but the echoes of her basement wall continue to reverberate through the lives of those still searching for answers, and for the 27 souls reduced to tally marks behind mattresses stacked tight like padding against the truth. Crime 6, at first they looked like roots, pale, fleshy, curling upward from the soil, but closer inspection showed knuckles, nails, even fingerprints. One pot had something metallic poking out, a ring engraved with a date and the word yours. Detective Sarah Thornton had spent 16 years on the force in Millfield, Oregon, but nothing had prepared her for this. The small house at the end of Sycamore Lane belonged to Melanie Archer, a 42-year-old botanist who taught at the local community college. Melanie had last been seen 3 weeks ago. Her brother, living 2 states away, had finally called for a welfare check after dozens of unanswered calls. Sarah stood in the living room, watching the forensics team photograph Melanie's collection of 23 houseplants. Plants that were, impossibly, growing human fingers. Melanie Archer had always been a quiet woman. She'd moved to Millfield 5 years ago, purchased the modest bungalow with cash, and kept mostly to herself. Her neighbors described her as pleasant but private. She never married, had no children, and seemed content with her plants and books. The only regular visitor was her colleague, Dr. Peter Hoffman, who occasionally stopped by for tea. The interior of Melanie's home was meticulously clean. Not a speck of dust on any surface, kitchen spotless, bed made with hospital corners. The only signs of life were those plants, thriving, lush, and horrifyingly altered. "We found her journals," Officer Martinez said, placing 3 leather-bound books on the kitchen counter. She documented everything. The journals revealed Melanie's lifelong fascination with hybridization. pages filled with notes, diagrams, and pressed flowers. Normal scientific observations until about 8 months ago, when the entries became more personal. March 12th, the enzyme compound is finally stable. Cellular integration looks promising. Need human test subject. April 3rd, integration successful in lab conditions. Moving to practical application. April 17th, first signs of growth. It's beautiful. They're becoming one. Sarah closed the journal unsettled. What was she doing, and where is she now? Interviews with Melanie's colleagues produced little. She was respected but not well known. Dr. Hoffman, however, had more to share. Melanie was brilliant, he said, hands trembling around his coffee cup. But she'd become obsessed with her research, something about cellular memory in plants, how they might retain information from organic matter they consumed. Consumed? Sarah asked. Hoffman looked away. Plants can digest organic material. It's how they get nutrients from decomposing matter in soil. The lab results came back the next day. The DNA from the fingers matched multiple individuals, 7 different people, all reported missing over the past year. None were Melanie Archer. A thorough search of Melanie's home revealed a basement room that didn't appear on any property records. The walls were lined with shelves of chemicals and botanical specimens. A steel table dominated the center, with straps attached to its sides. Drains in the concrete floor led to a sophisticated filtration system that fed directly into the plant beds upstairs. She was feeding them, the forensic botanist explained, voice barely above a whisper. Somehow she developed a method to preserve cellular structure during decomposition. The plants didn't just consume the organic matter, they incorporated it. Those aren't just fingers growing, they're regenerating. The ring found in one of the pots belonged to Timothy Reynolds, a 28-year-old hiker who disappeared from a nearby trail 9 months ago. His was one of the DNA matches. As the investigation deepened, a pattern emerged. All 7 victims had been reported missing after visiting Millfield Community Garden, where Melanie volunteered every weekend. Security footage showed her chatting amicably with each victim shortly before their disappearances. "We need to find her," Sarah insisted, "before anyone else goes missing." They found Melanie's car abandoned at the train station. Credit card records showed no activity. Her passport remained in her desk drawer. It was as if she had simply vanished. Then came the breakthrough, a storage unit rented under Melanie's mother's maiden name. Inside, they discovered more plants, larger specimens in various stages of growth, and notebooks, dozens of them, detailing experiments dating back 20 years. Human tissue has remarkable resilience. The right conditions allow for sustained cellular activity long after clinical death. Plants are the perfect vessels. They nurture, they grow, they remember. The final entry was dated the day before Melanie disappeared. The ultimate hybridization requires complete integration. I will become the perfect host. In the back of the storage unit, they found a large terrarium. Inside was what appeared to be an exotic plant, taller than a person, with a thick central stalk and broad leaves. But as Sarah approached, she noticed something unusual about the bark-like exterior. It had a pattern similar to human fingerprints. Dr. Hoffman identified it as a rare species from South America, but heavily modified. "This isn't just grafting or gene splicing," he whispered. "This is something else entirely." DNA testing confirmed what Sarah already suspected. The plant contained Melanie's genetic material, thoroughly integrated into its cellular structure. Melanie's brother arrived to identify what little remained of his sister. He brought family photos, Melanie as a child, standing next to their mother who had died when Melanie was just 12. She was never the same after Mom died, he said, voice hollow. Mom was a botanist too, had all these theories about plant consciousness, about how they could preserve memories. When she got cancer, she became obsessed with the idea of living on through her research. Sarah studied the photograph. Melanie's mother had the same intense eyes, the same determined expression. Behind them in the photo was a greenhouse filled with plants. After Mom died, Melanie claimed she could still talk to her through the plants. I thought it was just grief, you know, but she said Mom had found a way to preserve herself. That one day she'd perfect the process. The case gained national attention. Scientists descended on Millfield, equally horrified and fascinated by Melanie's research. The victims' families received some closure, though the recovery of remains was complicated by their transformation. The greenhouse at Millfield Community Garden was demolished. The plants from Melanie's home were contained and studied under strict protocols. All except one, the large terrarium plant that vanished from evidence lockup 3 months after Melanie's disappearance. Officer Martinez resigned shortly after. Her resignation letter cited personal reasons, but Sarah noticed something strange about the signature. The loops and curves of the handwriting seemed to form tiny leaf patterns in the ink. 2 years later, Sarah still dreams about those plants. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of night, she swears she can hear them growing, whispering. She stopped keeping houseplants. She doesn't trust what might be taking root beneath the soil. The case remains officially open. Melanie Archer is still listed as missing, presumed dead, but Sarah has her doubts. Sometimes when she visits the park that now stands where the community garden once was, she notices how unusually lush the vegetation grows, how the flowers seem to turn toward her as she passes, as if watching, waiting. And sometimes when the wind rustles through the leaves, she could swear they whisper a name, Melanie. Some nights Sarah wakes to find new potted plants on her porch, gifts from an unknown sender. She always disposes of them immediately, refusing to bring them inside. But the plants keep appearing, and with each new arrival, Sarah notices something different about their roots, something almost like fingers, reaching upward through the soil, grasping for something or someone just beyond reach. Crime 7, black strands coiled out of the drain, sticking to the sides of the basin. When they reached in to pull it free, they felt something tug back. Under the sink, the pipes had been taped with a note, "She's still attached to this place." Detective Marcus Reed had seen a lot in his 23 years with the Springfield Police Department. The quiet towns of western Massachusetts weren't known for their crime rates, but when something did happen, it tended to linger in the collective memory like a stain. This case would be one of those stains. The call had come in on a Tuesday morning in late October. A property manager named Darren Whitley had been preparing a rental house for new tenants when he discovered something unusual. The previous tenant, a woman named Evelyn Marsh, had vacated the property 3 weeks earlier, or so everyone thought. Evelyn was 34 years old when she moved to Springfield. She had grown up in Providence, Rhode Island, the only child of parents who divorced when she was 7. Former neighbors described her as quiet but pleasant, someone who kept to herself but always waved hello. After graduating from college with a degree in library science, Evelyn worked at various public libraries throughout New England before settling in Springfield 2 years ago. At the local library where she worked, Evelyn was known for her meticulous organization and soft-spoken demeanor. Her supervisor, Janet Collins, noted that Evelyn rarely socialized outside of work functions, but was dependable and thorough in her duties. She handled the children's section, Janet told Detective Reed. The kids loved her storytelling voice, so gentle, almost hypnotic. Evelyn lived alone in a modest two-bedroom house on Maple Street, a tree-lined avenue of similar homes built in the 1960s. Her landlord, Mr. Whitley, described her as the ideal tenant. Rent always paid on time, no complaints from neighbors, and she maintained the property well. The only unusual thing he mentioned was that she insisted on having her mail delivered to a P.O. box rather than the house address. According to statements from her colleagues, Evelyn had given her notice at the library in early September, explaining that she had accepted a position at a university library in Seattle. Her last day at work was September 24th, and she had a small going-away gathering with coworkers. Several people recalled her seeming distracted that day, checking her phone frequently and declining offers to help with her cross-country move. The last thing she said to me, Janet told Detective Reed, was sometimes you have to leave things behind to find yourself again. I thought it was just one of those philosophical comments people make at transitions, but now I wonder. Evelyn's lease wasn't up until October 31st, but she had arranged with Mr. Whitley to move out early, foregoing her security deposit in exchange for leaving before the end of the month. Mr. Whitley had driven by the house several times in early October and noticed that her car was gone and the curtains were drawn. Assuming she had left as planned, he waited until October 18th to enter the property and prepare it for the next tenants. What he found defied simple explanation. The house was mostly empty of furniture, as expected. Evelyn's personal belongings appeared to have been removed. The kitchen was clean, the bathroom scrubbed. Everything seemed in order until Mr. Whitley noticed water stains under the kitchen sink. When he opened the cabinet to check for leaks, he found the strange note taped to the pipe, and when he looked in the sink, he discovered the drain clogged with what appeared to be human hair. Detective Reed arrived on the scene at 10:43 a.m. He noted immediately that the house had a peculiar smell, not the stench of decay, but something chemical, almost medicinal. The kitchen sink contained dark hair, which crime scene technicians would later confirm belonged to Evelyn Marsh. The note, written in blue ink on lined paper, was placed in an evidence bag. "What's odd," Reed told his partner, Detective Sandra Chen, "is that there's no sign of forced entry, no sign of a struggle. If something happened to her, it either happened somewhere else or she knew her attacker." As they continued through the house, more puzzling details emerged. In the master bedroom, all the furniture had been removed except for a bedside table. Inside its drawer was a single photograph of a young woman who resembled Evelyn, but with shorter hair, standing next to an older man. The photo had been torn in half. In the bathroom, the medicine cabinet contained several prescription bottles. All were in Evelyn's name, but 3 different doctors had prescribed them. Sertraline for depression, lorazepam for anxiety, prazosin for nightmares. The most recent prescription had been filled just 2 days before her supposed departure date. The second bedroom had been converted into a home office. The desk was gone, but in the closet, detectives found a box containing journals dating back 5 years. The most recent entry was from September 22nd, 2 days before Evelyn's last day at work. "I saw him again today," she had written, "standing across the street from the library. He thinks I don't recognize him with the beard, but I do. I always will. I need to leave sooner than planned. Seattle isn't far enough anymore." Detective Reed established a timeline. Evelyn had been seen by co-workers on September 24th. Her next-door neighbor reported seeing her car in the driveway on the morning of September 25th. The mail carrier confirmed delivering a package that required a signature on September 26th, which someone had signed for as E. Marsh. After that, no one reported seeing Evelyn or her car. Cell phone records showed her phone had last pinged a tower near Springfield on September 27th at 2:14 a.m. Her credit card had been used at a gas station just outside of town at 3:01 a.m. the same day. Then nothing. Despite extensive searches, Evelyn's car was not located. A check of flights departing from nearby airports showed no passenger under her name. Bus and train records similarly showed no tickets purchased by Evelyn Marsh. The investigation took an unsettling turn when Detective Chen discovered that Evelyn Marsh wasn't the woman's real name. Fingerprint analysis revealed that she was actually Rebecca Townsend, who had been reported missing from her home in Duluth, Minnesota, 7 years earlier. Rebecca had disappeared at age 27, leaving behind a husband named Daniel and a 3-year-old daughter. When contacted, Daniel Townsend expressed shock that his wife had been found, but insisted that she had abandoned their family voluntarily. She was unstable, he told Detective Reed by phone. She'd been diagnosed with delusional disorder. She convinced herself I was trying to harm her, but it was all in her head. I spent years looking for her, trying to get her help. Medical records confirmed that Rebecca had been treated for mental health issues, but her therapist's notes indicated concerns about possible domestic abuse. 2 months before her disappearance, Rebecca had visited an emergency room with bruising on her arms and neck, claiming she had fallen downstairs. The attending physician had noted his skepticism about her explanation. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered a storage unit rented under the name Evelyn Marsh. Inside was a suitcase containing clothes, $4,000 in cash, and a folder with documents for yet another identity. Sarah Wilson, complete with a social security card, driver's license, and birth certificate. Also in the unit was a laptop computer, which forensic technicians found contained hundreds of files documenting what appeared to be stalking incidents. There were photographs of a man resembling Daniel Townsend in various locations around Springfield, time-stamped over the past 3 months. The most recent was dated September 23rd, showing him sitting in a car across from the library where Evelyn worked. The case took another bizarre turn when investigators, acting on information from the journals, excavated a section of the backyard at the Maple Street house. Buried 3 feet down, wrapped in plastic, they found a collection of women's clothes, jewelry, and personal items, along with a notebook containing entries in handwriting that didn't match Evelyn/Rebecca's. The final entry read, "She thinks changing her name changes who she is. She's wrong." Daniel Townsend arrived in Springfield on October 25th. He met with Detective Reed at the police station, appearing cooperative and concerned. He admitted to tracking down his wife several months earlier, but insisted he only wanted to reconcile and bring her home to their daughter, now 10 years old. When shown the evidence from the storage unit and backyard, he appeared genuinely confused and suggested that Rebecca had planted the items herself as part of her delusional behavior. "She needs help," he insisted. "She's sick. She's been running from imaginary threats for years." Rebecca/Evelyn's whereabouts remained unknown. The hair in the sink was confirmed to be hers, but there was no blood or other evidence suggesting violence had occurred in the house. The chemical smell was determined to be from hair dye and bleach, possibly used to alter her appearance yet again. The case stalled until November 12th, when a motel clerk in Burlington, Vermont, reported a woman matching Sarah Wilson's description checking in. By the time police arrived, she was gone, leaving behind only a note on the bathroom mirror. "Tell my daughter I'm sorry. Tell the detective the answer is in the water." Detective Reed returned to the Maple Street house and had the plumbing system examined more thoroughly. In the trap beneath the kitchen sink, technicians found a USB drive sealed in waterproof material. The drive contained video recordings of Daniel Townsend entering the house on September 26th using a key, searching through rooms and making a phone call in which he clearly said, "She knows I'm here. She left evidence about Edmonton. We need to move now." What happened next remains unclear. Despite extensive investigation, neither Rebecca Townsend nor Daniel Townsend has been located. The case remains open, with periodic reports of sightings across the northeastern United States and eastern Canada. The small town of Springfield continues to whisper about the woman who changed her name to escape her past, only to have it find her anyway. And in the house on Maple Street, new tenants eventually moved in, unaware of its history. But occasionally they mention to friends that sometimes, late at night, the pipes make strange sounds, almost like someone whispering, and the kitchen sink drains more slowly than it should. Crime 8, it wasn't dug with tools, just clawed out, uneven and deep. At the bottom, a chewed pacifier, a bone too long to be a child's, and a torn shirt with a name tag stitched inside. The tag read, "Property of Room 4," but the house had only 3 bedrooms. Maplewood, Minnesota isn't known for mysterious disappearances. The suburban neighborhood where Alina Hansen lived for 27 years was the kind where people still borrowed cups of sugar from neighbors and gathered for block parties in July. Alina herself was unremarkable in the most pleasant way, a retired elementary school librarian who maintained her garden with quiet dedication and walked her aging Labrador twice daily along the same route. She was 62, widowed for 8 years, with a son in Seattle who called every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. sharp. Those who knew Alina described her as methodical. Her neighbor Diane Kowalski would later tell investigators that you could set your watch by Alina's routine. Lights on at 5:30 a.m., coffee on the porch at 6:15, dog walking at 7 a.m. and again at 5:30 p.m. Mail collected at 2, regardless of weather. Alina wore cardigans in sensible colors and kept her silver hair in the same chin-length bob she'd maintained since the 1990s. Nothing about Alina Hansen suggested mystery. Nothing until February 17, 2023, when she didn't turn on her lights at 5:30 a.m. Diane noticed immediately. She was an early riser herself, often watching the neighborhood awaken from her kitchen window while preparing her husband's lunch. On that particular Friday morning, Alina's house remained dark. When 6:15 came and went without the familiar silhouette on the porch, Diane felt the first hint of unease settle between her shoulder blades. By 8 a.m., with no sign of Alina's Labrador being walked, Diane called Alina's landline. No answer. She tried again at 9, then at noon. The persistent ringing echoed through an apparently empty house. At 2 p.m., when the mail carrier came, Alina's front door remained closed. The bundle of envelopes and magazines accumulated in the small brass mailbox attached to her porch railing. "I knew something was wrong," Diane later said in her police statement. Alina never deviated from her routine, never. By late afternoon, Diane had called Alina's son in Seattle. Jason Hansen tried his mother's cell phone and landline repeatedly, growing increasingly concerned with each unanswered call. At 6 p.m., he asked Diane to check on his mother. She had the spare key for emergencies. What Diane found when she entered Aliner's immaculate bungalow would become the focal point of a case that would consume the Maplewood Police Department for months to come. The house was undisturbed, every surface gleamed with the evidence of Aliner's meticulous housekeeping. Dishes were put away, countertops wiped clean. In the living room, the remote control sat perfectly aligned with the edge of the coffee table. Aliner's reading glasses rested on top of a dog-eared paperback mystery. The Labrador's water bowl was full, but the dog was nowhere to be found. Every room appeared normal until Diane reached the spare bedroom, what Aliner called the sewing room. The door was uncharacteristically closed, and when Diane turned the handle, she found it locked from the inside. "I called out for Aliner," Diane told Detective Marcus Reed. "I thought maybe she had fallen, had a stroke perhaps, but there was no sound from inside." The police arrived 20 minutes later. When they forced open the door to the sewing room, they found something that defied logical explanation. The room was empty of furniture. The sewing machine, fabric storage bins, and small daybed that normally occupied the space had been removed. In their place was a single-area rug, new, based on its pristine appearance, covering most of the hardwood floor. And in the center of the room was Aliner's Labrador, sitting perfectly still, staring at the wall. When Officer Thomas Jensen moved toward the dog, it growled, behavior completely uncharacteristic for the gentle, elderly pet. As Jensen approached the animal, his foot caught on the edge of the rug, pulling it back slightly to reveal what appeared to be disturbed floorboards. After removing the dog from the room, the officers pulled back the rug completely. What they found underneath changed the trajectory of what they had assumed was a wellness check for a missing elderly woman. Several floorboards had been pried up and the earth beneath had been excavated, creating a shallow pit approximately 3 feet deep. The dirt appeared to have been clawed out, not dug with conventional tools. The edges of the pit were uneven, almost frantic in their execution. At the bottom of this makeshift excavation lay 3 items: a pacifier with clear teeth marks around its rim, a bone that the medical examiner would later confirm was a human femur belonging to an adult male, and a torn child's shirt. The shirt's collar bore a sewn-in name tag that read "Property of Room 4." Detective Reed, a 20-year veteran with the department, stood silently observing the scene. "The thing that struck me immediately," he would later say during a rare interview, was that Aliner Hansen's house had only 3 bedrooms. The investigation that followed revealed layers of complexity that nobody in the quiet neighborhood could have anticipated. Aliner herself remained missing, her car still parked in the garage, her purse and keys found on the kitchen counter. Her cell phone was recovered from her bedside table, its battery dead. The last call had been to her son on Sunday evening, their regular weekly check-in. Jason Hansen flew in from Seattle the following morning. His shock appeared genuine as he tried to make sense of what had been found in his mother's home. "Mom never mentioned a room 4, he insisted, and she certainly never had children in the house. She didn't even have grandchildren." A thorough search of Aliner's records revealed nothing unusual. Her financial situation was stable, with a modest pension and Social Security deposits occurring regularly. She had no unusual withdrawals or suspicious transactions. Her medical records showed she was in good health for her age, though she had been prescribed mild sleep aids the previous year for occasional insomnia. The neighborhood was canvassed. Nobody had seen anything unusual. No strange vehicles, no visitors to Aliner's home. The last person to interact with her had been the cashier at the local grocery store on Thursday afternoon, a routine shopping trip for a woman who lived alone. 3 days into the investigation, forensic analysis of the items found in the pit yielded the first significant lead. The pacifier contained DNA that matched an unsolved case from 1987, the disappearance of 18-month-old Timothy Weller from a daycare center in St. Paul, just 15 minutes from Alina's home. The case had gone cold decades ago, with no suspects ever identified. The femur bone was even older, belonging to a male in his 30s who had died approximately 45 years earlier. Dental records eventually identified him as Robert Gaines, reported missing in 1978 after failing to return from a business trip. Most disturbing was the child's shirt. Property of Room 4 matched the labeling system used by Sunshine Children's Home, a small orphanage that had operated in Maplewood from 1965 to 1982 before closing due to funding issues. The facility had been located less than a mile from Alina's current address. Detective Reed pulled Alina's employment history. She hadn't always been a school librarian. From 1975 to 1982, Alina Hansen had worked as an administrative assistant at Sunshine Children's Home. What connection did the quiet, methodical woman have to these disparate cases? How had these items come to be buried beneath her floor, and where was Alina? The investigation took an unexpected turn when officers discovered a hidden compartment in Alina's basement behind a false wall of shelving. Inside was a metal lockbox containing newspaper clippings related to missing children cases spanning 4 decades, including Timothy Weller's. There were also handwritten journals, 37 of them, dating back to 1974. The journals revealed a woman very different from the Alina Hansen the neighborhood knew. The early entries detailed her employment at Sunshine Children's Home and her growing concerns about the treatment of certain children there, particularly those housed in the facility's isolation ward, Room 4. 3 more arrived today, read an entry from May 1976. No paperwork as usual. H says their troubled cases need special handling, but they cry all night, something isn't right. Later entries grew increasingly paranoid, with Alina writing about being watched, followed, and threatened by someone she referred to only as H, presumably Howard Linfield, the director of Sunshine Children's Home during that period. The final journal, dated just 1 week before Alina's disappearance, contained a single, chilling entry. He's found me, after all these years. Says he'll make me dig it back up myself. Says he'll stand right there and watch me do it. God help me, I don't think I can go through with this again. Howard Linfield was located living in a retirement community in Arizona. At 89, he appeared frail and confused, claiming no recollection of Alina Hansen or the specific children mentioned in her journals. Without concrete evidence connecting him to any crime, investigators were unable to pursue charges. 6 months after Alina's disappearance, a hiker found her Maplewood Public Library card in Crosby Farm Regional Park along the Mississippi River banks. A subsequent search revealed nothing further. Alina Hansen's case remains open, her whereabouts unknown. The house on Maple Street sits empty now. Jason Hansen tried to sell it but found no interested buyers once the story became public. The area beneath the sewing room floor was fully excavated by forensic teams, but no additional remains were discovered. The pit, it seemed, had been freshly dug or freshly emptied just before Alina vanished. Diane Kowalski still lives next door. She keeps her porch light on all night now and has installed security cameras that monitor both properties. Sometimes, she says, She thinks she sees Alina's silhouette in the window of the sewing room, standing perfectly still, staring out at the street. The Maplewood Police Department continues to investigate connections between Alina Hansen, Sunshine Children's Home, and the missing persons cases whose relics were found beneath her floor. Detective Reid, now approaching retirement, keeps Alina's file on his desk. He reviews it weekly, searching for connections he might have missed. "What troubles me most," he once confided to a junior detective, "isn't what we found in that pit, it's what we didn't find. Where are the other children from room 4, and who or what made Alina dig that hole after all these years?" These questions remain unanswered. The investigation continues quietly in the background of a suburban neighborhood where people still borrow cups of sugar and gather for block parties in July. And beneath the surface of ordinary lives, secrets wait to be uncovered, one shallow pit at a time. Crime 9, all facing the same direction. Wooden dusty with red fabric cushions, identical down to the smallest scratch. Each one had a different name carved into the backrest. One chair had a rope coiled neatly underneath. Another had a Polaroid taped to the seat, an empty chair in the same garage. Officer Meredith Parker stood in the doorway, her flashlight beam cutting through the twilight darkness of the detached garage. There were 17 chairs in total, 17 names. She recognized one of them immediately, Alina. Alina Whitman had lived in Pinewood, Massachusetts for all of her 34 years. She'd grown up in a modest 2-story colonial on Sycamore Lane, the same house where she'd been reported missing 9 days ago, the same house that stood just 30 feet from this garage. As a child, Alina had been quiet but well-liked. She'd excelled in art classes, spent summers working at the local library, and eventually became an elementary school art teacher in the same district where she once studied. Her colleagues described her as reliable, gentle, and somewhat private. She volunteered at the community garden on weekends and walked her aging golden retriever, Sadie, every evening at precisely 6:50. "She's a creature of habit," her mother had told Officer Parker during the initial missing persons report. "She doesn't just vanish." But she had vanished on a Tuesday in late October. According to neighbors, Alina had left for work that morning at her usual time, 7:30 a.m. Security footage from the school confirmed she arrived at 7:52 a.m. and taught her classes as scheduled. The last confirmed sighting was at 4:05 p.m. when she stopped at Hartley's grocery for milk and bread. Her car was found in her driveway. Sadie was inside the house, unfed. By all appearances, Alina had simply disappeared somewhere between her car and her front door. Until the garage. The temperature had dropped significantly as Parker continued documenting the scene. The garage itself belonged to Alina's neighbor, Wallace Kenton, a 67-year-old retired accountant who had lived next door for over 20 years. His wife had passed away from cancer 3 years earlier, and he'd been a quiet fixture in the neighborhood ever since, often spotted tending to his immaculate rose garden or reading on his front porch. "I never go in there anymore," Kenton had told the officers when they asked to search his property. "Not since Martha died. It was her space for gardening supplies. I keep it locked." But the lock had been new, too new. Detective Raymond Collins joined Parker in the garage, his breath visible in the cool air. "This doesn't make any sense," he whispered, running his gloved fingers along the back of one chair. "The name Diane was carved into it. Kenton doesn't strike me as our guy." "Maybe he's not," Parker replied. "The garage was locked from the outside, but there's a small window in the back that was unlocked." Collins nodded slowly, taking in the scene again. Still, 17 names, 17 chairs, and we only have one missing person. A forensics technician called from the corner of the garage. "Detective, you need to see this." Behind a stack of empty plant pots was a small journal, its leather cover worn at the edges. Inside, in neat handwriting, were lists of names, the same names carved into the chairs, along with dates spanning back 15 years. Alina's name was the last entry, dated 9 days ago. But there was something else that made Parker's skin crawl. Next to each name was a series of notations: height, weight, hair color, and daily routines. Alina's entry was the most detailed: art teacher, walks dog 6:15 p.m., lives alone, mother visits Sundays, no alarm system. "He was watching them," Parker murmured, "all of them." The investigation intensified over the following days. Records were pulled, and detectives discovered something disturbing. None of the other 16 names matched missing persons cases in Pinewood. They expanded their search to neighboring counties, then statewide. 3 names connected to cold cases, women who had disappeared without a trace from towns within a 50-mile radius. Diane McClintock had vanished from her home in Westboro in 2019, Heather Adams from Framingham in 2012, and Julie Bennett from Worcester in 2009. None had ever been found. The remaining names matched no known cases. Wallace Kenton maintained his innocence throughout questioning. His alibi for the day of Alina's disappearance was solid. He'd been at a doctor's appointment, followed by lunch with his brother, all confirmed. His fingerprints didn't match those found on the journal. DNA samples showed no connection to the evidence collected. "Someone is trying to frame me," he insisted. "I haven't opened that garage in years." The case took an unexpected turn when forensics matched the handwriting in the journal not to Kenton, but to someone else entirely. Martin Greaves, a quiet man who had worked as the groundskeeper for the Pinewood School District for 22 years. The same district where Alina taught, the same district where 3 of the other named women had once worked. Greaves lived alone in a small apartment above the hardware store downtown. When officers arrived to question him, they found his door ajar and his apartment empty. A half-eaten meal sat on the table. The closet was missing clothes. His car was gone. But on his bedroom wall was a map of Massachusetts with 17 pins stuck in various locations. Next to the map hung photographs, distant, blurry images taken from afar. Women walking dogs, women getting mail, women gardening in their yards, all candid, all unaware they were being watched. Alina's picture was there too, standing at her classroom window looking out at the school grounds. On the back was written, "She watches me watching her." Detective Collins discovered that Greaves had access to keys for most buildings in the district, including records that would contain personal information about employees. He also maintained equipment throughout the town, giving him reason to be in nearly any neighborhood without raising suspicion. He was hiding in plain sight, Collins told the investigative team. The perfect invisible man. The most disturbing discovery came 3 days later when officers searched a storage unit rented under Greaves' mother's maiden name. Inside were boxes containing small personal items: a hairbrush, a coffee mug, a scarf, a pair of earrings, trophies the detectives realized from each woman. From Alina, there was a red ceramic apple paperweight from her desk. It had disappeared the same day she had. But of Alina herself, or any of the other women, there was no trace. As the investigation expanded, more connections emerged. Greaves had performed maintenance at Wallace Kenton's property twice in the past year, most recently to trim tree branches near the power lines, giving him access to the garage. Digital records showed he had searched Alina's name online dozens of times in the months before her disappearance. 2 weeks into the investigation, Greaves' abandoned car was found at a bus station in Albany, New York. Security footage showed him boarding a bus to Chicago, but the trail went cold there. Meanwhile, the community of Pinewood gathered for candlelight vigils. Alina's students made artwork depicting their missing teacher. Her mother appeared on local news, pleading for information. The school established a memorial scholarship in Alina's name. Though no one would say the word memorial aloud, hope remained, however faint. Officer Parker returned often to the garage with its 17 chairs, studying them as if they might speak. Forensic teams had examined every inch, finding microscopic blood evidence on 3 of the chairs, including Alina's. Not enough to indicate a violent struggle, but enough to suggest the chairs had been more than symbolic. "What did he do with them?" Parker asked Collins one evening as they reviewed the case files. 17 women don't just disappear. Collins had no answer. The question haunted the investigation as weeks passed without new leads. 4 months after Alina's disappearance, a package arrived at the Pinewood Police Department addressed to Officer Meredith Parker. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph, a wooden chair with a red cushion standing alone on what appeared to be a beach at sunset. Written on the back was one line, "She finally has her own view." The postmark was from Veracruz, Mexico. To this day, Alina Whitman and the 16 other women remain missing. Martin Greaves has never been found. The chairs still sit in an evidence warehouse, their silent arrangement preserving the moment of discovery. Wallace Kenton sold his house and moved to Florida, unable to escape the whispers and stares of neighbors who never fully believed in his innocence. And somewhere, perhaps looking out at the ocean, 17 wooden chairs with red cushions may stand in a row, each bearing a name, witnesses to secrets that remain buried in the mind of a man who collected people the way others might collect postage stamps or coins. Just items on a list, just names on chairs, just lives interrupted mid-sentence. Story 10. The town never spoke of the house on the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, windows dark, porch bowed by time's weight. No one laid claim to it. No one recalled its builder. Yet when hikers strayed too near, they glimpsed the peculiar site names carved into the wooden walls, etched deep like omens. On the list's bottom, fresh and untouched, lay a name unfamiliar to all. Then a whisper quivered, "That's mine." The call came at night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the head hiker who found his name etched into the forsaken house. Responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a prank among peers. What they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest. Her flashlight's beam pierced the shadows, revealing the worn facade of the dwelling. The names 27 in all ran vertically down the eastern side. Some had faded, blending into the aged wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. End, Mason Wright, the incision still smelling of sawdust. "I've never set foot here," Mason asserted, his breath forming mist in the icy air. "I can't grasp how anyone knows my name." The inquiry commenced with checks on each listed name. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Every name belonged to a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, others lingered open, but all shared a chilling detail: the individuals vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts photographed each carving, documenting the depths, techniques, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The records painted a picture of a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found naught but a lone hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller probed Mason extensively. His tale remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond this hike with 4 college mates. They chose the trail randomly, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his background linked him to the other names on the wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared images from their trek. Analysts noticed something unsettling. A blurred figure loomed in the background of 3 photos. A tall, slender shape, always partly obscured by trees. "We never glimpsed another soul on the trail," Emily insisted. "We'd have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house's interior. The structure seemed deserted. Dust blanketed every surface, furniture in disarray. Yet in the basement, officers uncovered a disturbing sight. Personal items of the missing hikers lay neatly arranged on shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name from the outside wall. Technicians meticulously catalogued every item. Under UV light, blood traces surfaced on the concrete floor, stains of years past, attempts to cleanse them evident. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no buried bodies beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs signaled repeatedly at the densest part of the forest behind the property. As the probe intensified, Detective Keller noted peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He reported odd incidents, whispers outside his flat, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, figures observing from the street. The department assigned an officer for his protection, but Mason's paranoia escalated. A breakthrough came when researchers unearthed land records in county archives. The house had once belonged to a recluse hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom saw him, recalling brief encounters with an eerily tall, gaunt man who shunned interaction. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years ago, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the surrounding forest. The search party found crude hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. In one, they discovered a journal detailing precise observations, hikers' descriptions, routes, gear, habits. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's sparse documents. Entries grew increasingly disturbing. Early pages discussed hunting techniques for animals. Later ones depicted humans as prey, their behaviors, weaknesses, and methods of collection. The final pages elaborated on stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate plans for target selection. The hunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical units combed every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers sent to his flat found an unlocked door, empty rooms. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, read a lone line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted fruitlessly. Then, during a second sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic experts made a ghastly find. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement lay a small workshop, woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name, not yet affixed outside. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the head forensic technician who processed the house initially. The tech had called in sick that day and remained unreachable. Authorities established a constant surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras documented every approach. Motion sensors guarded against intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors sounded an alarm. Footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall, slender, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly undeterred by surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the feed resumed, the figure had vanished. The house remains under continuous watch today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation presses on, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings occur in other wooded areas. The names on the wall have become infamous among law enforcers. Some officers dare not utter them. Others steer clear of the case entirely, and local hikers avoid the house, fearing that even mentioning it might add their names to that dreadful list, the names unvoiced by all. Story 11, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, greeted by dancing dust particles in the still, abandoned air. The house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling silent tales of neglect. Each step she took felt like a journey into a realm untouched by the passing years except for one peculiar detail. The doors, all of them, led her back to the same room. No matter which handle she turned, no matter where she wandered, the parlor welcomed her back with eerie familiarity. The only path forward seemed to be the one she had already trodden, but when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form turned the once forgotten Victorian house into a place of somber intrigue. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold observing forensic experts as they moved silently through the dim interior, their presence ghostly amidst the shadows. Among the locals, the house had garnered a reputation as a site where compasses lost their way, and whispers of unseen watchers lingered in the air. Now, beneath its time-worn facade, lay secrets far more chilling than mere folklore. The initial assessment suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause of death. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a long-anticipated guest. No signs of struggle marred her peaceful expression, her hands folded with delicate precision in her lap. The scene exuded a profound stillness that even seasoned investigators found disquieting. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes intently. "A real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her," her partner replied. "At first, they mistook her for a trespasser until they drew closer." The house had languished uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of limbo, unwanted, unsold, and fading from memory, save for the occasional intrusion by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been captivated by the enigmatic Victorian's reputation for disorienting those who dared to explore its depths. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned researching the house where people get lost. Further investigation unveiled a pattern of Morgan's visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling cold spots that defied explanation, and doors that seemed to defy logic by leading to different chambers with each opening. In her final notation, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she cryptically referred to as spatial inconsistencies, equipment that remained conspicuously absent from the scene. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in certain shamanic rites. While known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the amount found was insufficient to prove fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her boyfriend asserted adamantly. Morgan was meticulous in her approach to research. She wouldn't have jeopardized her faculties willingly. Examination of Morgan's phone uncovered fragments of deleted messages, exchanges with an individual sharing her fascination with the house, someone who professed to hold insight into its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and enigmatic, hinting at hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. The house retains memories of its past, one message eluded. It yearns for someone to comprehend. The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her in, transforming their professional rapport into a more personal bond. When questioned, Reeves expressed genuine sorrow at Morgan's tragic fate. "The house harbors a reputation," he divulged. "The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design, intending to bewilder and beguile. Morgan believed there existed a deeper layer of truth beyond mere sleight of hand." Yet Reeves possessed a rock-solid alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage placed him delivering a lecture at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough materialized from an unexpected source, the revelation of a long-buried family secret by Alina Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he disclosed a dark legacy concealed for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house," he divulged. "Others followed suit, always discovered in the parlor, always at peace. Our family dubbed it the claiming." Handing over decades-old journals, the grandson unveiled a grim truth: deaths initially attributed to natural causes were, in fact, linked by a sinister thread. Those spending prolonged periods within the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the premises unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace. Within its confines lay Morgan's missing equipment, alongside a startling discovery: an alcove housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a precise geometric configuration. At its heart rested a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by the touch of generations past. Analysis identified the figurine as a representation of a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system clung to the artifacts, weaving a sinister connection. The case took a harrowing turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns within the house indicated a presence beyond Morgan at the time of her passing. Partial fingerprints, foreign to Morgan or any recorded visitor, adorned doorknobs scattered throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his dwelling. Like Morgan, he sat serenely facing the entryway, the telltale alkaloid present in his system. Clenched within his grasp lay a key bereft of a match within his abode, but a perfect fit for the concealed compartment within the Victorian. In a parting email addressed to himself as if to preserve a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't bind you physically, it ensnares your perception. Morgan was right, the doors lead where they always have, yet something compels you to believe you're traversing in circles. Once the verity dawns upon you, departure is within reach, but by then, the desire to leave has long waned." Officially labeled as suspicious deaths under scrutiny, the Victorian was subsequently condemned, access barricaded by vigilant authorities. Whispers persisted of spectral lights flickering within its confines on certain moonlit nights, and of visitors who entered but never emerged. Some locals murmured that the house claimed those who delved too deeply into its enigmas. Others speculated that Morgan and Reeves had unearthed something ancient and potent, existing within the interstices of conventional reality. The truth endured as enigmatic as an exit in a mansion where every doorway circled back to the beginning. Story 12. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water shimmering like a mirror, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a discarded item, perhaps old clothes carelessly tossed aside. But as he waded closer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, sweet, and unmistakable. The case was enveloped in chains, its edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. When the authorities managed to pry it open, their grim discovery sent shivers down their spines. Instead of garments, they found strands of hair intertwined with fingers frozen in a macabre grip. And at the very bottom, a haunting message awaited them. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer, her face a mask of calm professionalism, pressed a delicate handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the eerie scene before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before them, her once dark hair now matted and her once pale skin now tinged with the shades of the water she had been immersed in. The meticulous medical examiner worked with quiet precision, documenting every detail before the body was gently removed from its watery resting place. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the cruel method of disposal, but the peculiar care taken with the victim's appearance, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, and attire that spoke of luxury and refinement. "She wasn't discarded here," Mercer murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the rhythmic dance of the water against the muddy shore. "She was placed here, deliberately exhibited." Catherine Walsh, it was revealed, was a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling high-end properties. Divorced and childless, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood, her ambitious nature and meticulous attention to detail standing out among her peers. Her sudden disappearance had raised alarm bells, particularly among her colleagues, who described her as a consummate professional who would never miss a crucial appointment with potential wealthy clients. During the investigation, Walsh's impeccably maintained home offered little insight at first glance. Everything was immaculate to the point of being unsettling designer furniture arranged with precision, surfaces devoid of even a speck of dust. Yet a subtle anomaly caught the detective's attention, a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Within its confines lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry sending a chill down their spines. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further digital exploration of Walsh's online footprint unearthed a disturbing pattern, multiple messages from unknown sources, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Sent at precisely the same time on different days, these messages hinted at a sinister obsession with the concept of flawlessness. Mercer, connecting the dots with the meticulous arrangement of the victim's body, shared her insight with her partner. "Our perpetrator is methodical." This was not a crime of passion, it was a meticulously crafted ritual. A breakthrough in the case emerged unexpectedly from a local pawn shop, where Walsh's distinct emerald necklace had surfaced. The man who had pawned it, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, emerged as a person of interest. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building, often under the guise of maintenance work, during times when she was absent, showcasing a disturbing pattern of stalking and intrusion. Upon searching Linden's unassuming apartment, investigators were met with a chilling sight: walls adorned with surreptitiously taken photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance. Some images were defaced with red marks, indicating a sinister selection process. Walsh, it turned out, was only one of his victims. Deep within a concealed compartment in Lyndon's closet, a shrine of terror was uncovered. Personal belongings of each victim were meticulously arranged: a lock of hair, a lipstick-stained tissue, personal effects meticulously catalogued. Each collection was accompanied by a notebook detailing intimate details of their lives, from daily routines to personal habits. The interrogation room turned icy as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. His outward appearance betrayed no hint of malice, his demeanor eerily placid. When confronted with the damning evidence, his voice remained flat as he uttered his chilling confession. They were imperfect. They projected an illusion of flawlessness, but I saw through it. Catherine's desk was always in disarray. Her lipstick application was never perfect. Her perfection was a mirage. The search for the other victims alluded to in his cryptic note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were unearthed, each bearing the tragic remnants of women who had fallen prey to Lyndon's twisted vision of perfection. Throughout the trial, Lyndon sat stoically, his expression a mask of indifference as the prosecution laid bare the intricacies of his sinister methods. His meticulous planning and prolonged stalking of each victim painted a chilling portrait of a predator hiding in plain sight. As the judge handed down a life sentence without the possibility of parole, the families of the victims watched in somber silence, grappling with the incomprehensible horrors their loved ones had endured. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet lingering questions haunted her. What dark impulses had driven Lyndon to commit such heinous acts? What demons of imperfection had tormented him, leading him to seek out and destroy those he deemed flawed? The river continued its meandering journey downstream, its waters eventually washing away all traces of the nightmarish saga. But in the quiet confines of the precinct, on Mercer's desk, lay the chilling reminders of Lyndon's meticulous obsessions, the haunting notebooks that bore witness to the silent terrors that lurked beneath the veneer of normalcy. And in the stillness of the night, as the world drifted off to sleep, the echoes of a disturbed mind's pursuit of perfection whispered softly, a cautionary tale of the darkness that can reside within the most unassuming of souls. Story 13, The Enigma of the Vanishing Man. The cafe had been his sanctuary for countless mornings, same spot, same brew, same enigmatic presence. The barista recognized his face, yet his identity remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to materialize. When law enforcement scrutinized his habitual seat, they stumbled upon a forsaken wallet. Inside lay a driver's license with a photo, but devoid of any name or address, just a vacant space where his identity should have resided. Upon analyzing the security footage, they witnessed the inexplicable. He had entered, he had seated himself, but he had never departed. Detective Sarah Mercer pondered the chilling security footage, her fingertips grazing the icy metal table. The stranger, now dubbed John Doe in the investigative files, appeared mundane on camera. Of average stature, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather messenger bag, his unremarkable presence made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Replay it once more," she directed the tech expert. The footage unveiled John entering the cafe amidst the bustling morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, unsweetened, and settled at the secluded corner table shielded by a verdant plant. Engrossed in his thoughts, he extracted a notebook from his bag and began inscribing. Occasionally he would sip his coffee, gaze out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never retraced his steps. He never emerged through any exit. He simply evaporated. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "That's the peculiarity," the specialist responded. He never ventured into any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as though he evaporated into thin air. Back at the precinct, Mercer scattered the wallet's contents across her desk. The driver's license image mirrored their enigmatic man, but the personal details were conspicuously absent, replaced by void spaces. The credit cards bore no names, solely 16-digit sequences that led to non-existent accounts when traced. Neat stacks of cash in varying denominations. A receipt from the CAF dated 3 days past. And a solitary business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number inscribed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but silence ensued. The faint rustling of paper, perhaps flipping pages, resonated faintly. After 30 seconds, the call abruptly terminated. The barista who had served John for years could offer scant insight. He seldom spoke, always courteous, generous with tips. He may have had an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was indiscernible. Did he engage with anyone here, have discussions? Mercer inquired. Never, always solitary, always engrossed in that notebook. The notebook lingered on the table alongside the forsaken wallet, its pages brimmed with lines appearing to be coded or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department grappled to decipher its contents. Some pages featured sketches, architectural drafts of edifices that bore no resemblance to any known structures in the vicinity. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's images. No one could place him. No missing persons report aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases. It was as though he solely existed within the confines of that CAF. Amidst her investigation, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning when John entered the CAF, the camera's timestamp flickered fleetingly. The tech specialist dismissed it as a glitch, yet Mercer remained unconvinced. Returning to the CAF, she seated herself at his table. From this vantage point, she could observe both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, its frame intricately embellished with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon the CAF owner's arrival, Mercer inquired about the mirror. That relic, it predates my tenure, arrived with the edifice. Exceedingly weighty, requires 2 individuals to relocate it. Has it ever been shifted for cleaning or refurbishment? Not in my tenure. Why? Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass bore a subtle distortion, rendering the reflection deeper than usual. She extended her hand to touch the surface, anticipating cold glass, only to encounter an anomalous warmth. The forensic team descended to probe the mirror. Upon dislodging it from the wall, they unearthed a diminutive hollow space behind. Within lay a stack of identical wallets, each housing a driver's license with the same photo but devoid of information. Adjacent rested a leather-bound journal replete with entries spanning decades, inscribed in the identical hand as the notebook abandoned on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The aperture is closing." Investigators unearthed John Doe's fingerprints throughout the concealed chamber. Carbon dating of the initial wallet hinted it was roughly 50 years old, yet the photo showcased the identical unaged countenance. The journal entries delineated what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. Mentions of crossing back and window points punctuated the pages. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The CAF serves as a nexus and intersection of realities. The mirror serves as the portal. When alignment is achieved, passage becomes viable. As the inquiry deepened, eerie occurrences unfurled around the CAF. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections moving autonomously in the window panes. Some attested to glimpsing John Doe seated at his customary table, though the surveillance cameras revealed no presence. A breakthrough dawned when an elderly woman contacted the precinct regarding the investigation. Introducing herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified government undertakings, she recognized John Doe from the media coverage. His appellation was Daniel Weston, she elucidated, a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished while engrossed in an experimental venture concerning quantum mirror surfaces capable of permitting matter to traverse parallel realities. Keller proffered documents indicating Weston had been declared deceased following a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance aligned with the earliest entry in the journal, unearthed behind the mirror. He posited that our reality is merely one of myriad coexistent realms, Keller expounded. He hypothesized that specific locales serve as vulnerable points between these realities, locales where an individual could potentially transition. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Mercer revisited the CAF. The establishment, she discovered, was erected on land that once accommodated the research facility where Weston dwelled. The CAF had been constructed directly atop the laboratory where he vanished. The saga culminated when Mercer, scrutinizing the security footage solo late one night, discerned a revelation overlooked in prior viewings. In the backdrop reflected in the mirror, she espied John Doe Daniel Weston contemplating his seated doppelganger, two iterations of the same individual coexisting. Hastening to the CAF to reinspect the mirror, Mercer encountered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the fractured shards lay a final missive inscribed in the familiar hand: "The experiment has concluded. The portal is shut. Refrain from pursuit." The enigma of the man who eluded existence persisted unresolved. The CAF shuttered shortly post-inquiry, the structure eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains remained elusive. His notebooks and journals vanished from the evidence vault under cryptic circumstances. Detective Mercer withdrew from the force shortly thereafter. Locals occasionally glimpsed her perched on her veranda, fervently inscribing in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface occasionally appearing to oscillate when unobserved. Story 14. She always avoided the attic, but circumstance forced her hand when a storm unleashed a leak in the roof. The forgotten attic was a realm of dust and cobwebs filled with relics of the past. Nestled in the shadows lay an ancient dollhouse, a miniature world frozen in time with intricately placed furniture. However, a sense of unease crept over her as she gazed inside. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were tiny, meticulously carved replicas of her family. Each miniature mirrored the exact position of its real-life counterpart, save for one glaring difference. Her own figure, meant to be sitting like the rest, stood eerily by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the spot where the miniature version of herself stood. A shiver ran through her, unrelated to the chill whispering through the attic's rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood home, but a temporary abode her family had recently moved into. The revelation prompted Rebecca to urgently contact law enforcement, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Upon arrival at the suburban residence, officers encountered a family in turmoil, clustered in the living room, refusing to ascend to the attic. Initially dismissing their fears as a prank or mere paranoia, lead investigator detective Sarah Harmon soon found herself drawn into a web of intrigue. "It was the meticulous detail that struck me," mused Detective Harmon in later interviews. Each figurine captured a distinctive trait of the family members: the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The case took a sinister turn when forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras concealed within the figure's eyes, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements unveiled a disquieting revelation. The positions of the miniature figures did not merely coincide with the family's current locations, but replicated precise moments from various days, indicating a prolonged period of observation. We realized this went beyond mere stalking, elaborated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal psychology. A concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a pantry wall, further puzzled investigators. Inside, they discovered a makeshift living area, littered with remnants suggesting someone had dwelled there long before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at an intruder living beneath the family's feet for weeks. What confounded them most was the absence of forced entry, with property records revealing the house had stood vacant for almost a year prior to the Morgans' occupancy. The former owners, an elderly couple, had passed away in quick succession, leaving their son to manage the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interrogations with neighbors yielded scant information, save for one elderly resident who sporadically observed lights emanating from the house during its unoccupied phase. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she informed investigators. Never crossed my mind someone might be squatting there. Breakthrough came through digital forensics as analysts traced the surveillance data to an external server linked to an apartment across town. Within its confines, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and past inhabitants of the house pointed to a disturbing obsession. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member. Most chilling of all was the discovery of a workshop brimming with half-finished dollhouses, each representing a different household in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, progeny of the deceased homeowners. Financial records hinted at mounting debts post-parental demise. Rather than selling the house outright, Wells had fashioned a hidden lair to maintain residence while pocketing rent from unwitting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, elucidated the assigned forensic psychologist. Every figure symbolized someone under his watchful gaze. Rebecca's placement by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery. During questioning, Wells remained eerily composed, elucidating his rationale. They dwelt in my home, slumbered in my parents' room. I needed assurance they treated it with reverence. When probed about the figurine's positioning, he merely stated, I desired them to know I watched ceaselessly. Psychological evaluations unveiled a convoluted case of possessive fixation. Unable to cope with the loss of his childhood abode, Wells fabricated an intricate system to assert dominance over it. The dollhouse became a conduit for him to control both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reflected that the most haunting moment was not discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. We were under surveillance all this time, our lives measured and manipulated. The true terror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in the realization that to him, we were mere pawns to be observed and positioned. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure protocols concerning property deaths and the duty of agents to ensure homes are vacated properly before new occupants arrive. During the sentencing, the judge highlighted the egregious violation suffered by the Morgan family. You didn't just infiltrate their domicile, you invaded their sanctity and autonomy. You witnessed their intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. What haunts criminologists about this case is how long Wells could have gone unnoticed had Rebecca not unearthed the dollhouse. Examination of his journals suggested he had clandestinely resided in houses for almost 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, constructing dollhouses for each observed family. The Morgan family eventually resettled far away, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still checked closets and crawl spaces routinely. All dollhouses and miniatures were banished from their new abode. "Some days I still sense eyes upon me," she confessed. "I ponder if, somewhere out there, someone is still manipulating a miniature version of me in an undiscovered dollhouse." Story 15: The Mystery of Reflections. She cleared the steam from the mirror, her gaze fixed on the reflection staring back at her. Everything seemed normal, her face, her attire all in place. Yet a subtle unease crept in the longer she peered into the mirror. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that didn't belong to her. And when she turned away, the reflection remained unmoving, watching her. The peculiar case of Rebecca Thorne began with that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What unfolded would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she led a solitary life, engaging cordially with neighbors but primarily keeping to herself. Her occupation as a data analyst at a mid-sized firm dictated a life of routine and precision. Nothing about her hinted at her future role as the focal point of a baffling criminal inquiry. The first signs were innocuous. Rebecca noticed subtle rearrangements in her living space. Small objects shifted, not missing, just repositioned. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush out of place. Initially attributing these anomalies to tiredness from long hours scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, she dismissed them as mere lapses in memory. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of such disturbances, finally reached out to authorities. The initial assessment leaned towards a mental health concern rather than a criminal matter. Shaw duly documented the report, deeming it non-urgent amongst a pile of cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later testified. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman unsettled in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection appeared to move independently, instilling a constant sense of surveillance even in solitude. This time she possessed proof: a self-installed security camera aimed at her front door. The footage revealed a chilling sight that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny confirmed no tampering or digital alteration in the footage. The intruder moved, dressed, and carried herself exactly like Rebecca, down to the distinctive leather bag. However, Rebecca's workplace security system's time-stamped records showed her already present at her office across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with eerie precision." The investigation intensified. Only Rebecca's fingerprints were found throughout her residence, with no trace of foreign DNA. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, nothing amiss, her comings and goings as uneventful as ever. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca failed to acknowledge her greeting, an uncommon occurrence but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her home escalated vanishing food from the fridge, unaccounted computer searches, and unsettling selfies on her phone resembling her but taken without her knowledge. Some images portrayed a subtly altered expression, a smile too wide, eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating my descent." A breakthrough emerged when a pattern in the security footage was discerned. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's absence for specific pre-planned activities, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday grocery runs, scheduled events with predictable timelines. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routines," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist proposed a fixation hypothesis, someone fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, found mention in psychological studies. The perpetrator typically underwent a mental breakdown, fixating on a victim symbolizing coveted traits, stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on a former co-worker of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Post-termination, she sent Rebecca unsettling emails claiming a shared identity. "We could be the same person," one message read. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." A search warrant was secured for Lily's abode, unveiling a chilling revelation. One room resembled a shrine replicating Rebecca's bedroom, festooned with countless images of Rebecca engaged in daily activities, all captured without her awareness. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's attire, with makeup brands she favored arranged on a vanity beside meticulous notes on her mannerisms and routines. Most disturbing were the practice videos, Lily mimicking Rebecca's walk, gestures, expressions. The progression from clumsy attempts to near-perfect replication sent a shiver down Rebecca's spine. "She aspired to be me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "Not just mimicry, but erasure." Forensic experts uncovered tools for forging keys and cloning access cards. Lily maintained an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, complete with a calendar predicting her schedule in detail. What eluded investigators was Lily's endgame. Journals discovered in her residence contained erratic entries oscillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same passage. The final entry sent a chill down the investigators' spines. "Soon only one of us will remain. The stronger version will endure." When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Signs of a rushed departure marked her residence, drawers left ajar, missing technology. A nationwide alert was broadcast. Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under continuous watch. For 3 weeks, her past haunts were surveilled meticulously. Lily never surfaced. The narrative took a chilling turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca was sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed a figure identical to Rebecca using a valid ID card, accessing her former desk, rifling through files for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sheltered in a guarded sanctuary. The realization dawned. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. Assuming Rebecca's identity, she seamlessly integrated into her life while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingered unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne forged a new existence in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw kept a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two strikingly similar women, one Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. She scrutinized their features, seeking the nuances that differentiated one from the other. The true horror, Shaw imparted to new recruits, isn't resembling someone, it's desiring to become them so fervently that you obliterate your own essence. Identity isn't merely exterior, it's our most guarded possession, and sometimes its worth is only recognized when threatened. Story 16, The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed off the peculiar crackling of the old intercom system late at night as just a quirky feature of the Victorian manor they now called home. Rewired but forgotten, it seemed to hold secrets of a bygone era. One fateful night, the husband, Daniel, impulsively pressed the intercom button out of curiosity. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, chilling the room. His wife, Meredith, stood behind him, her voice barely a whisper. "I never said that." Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the manor's weathered exterior belied the modern elegance within. The Parkers had acquired the property at an unusually low price, the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the showing hinting at hidden truths. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, had captivated the history-loving couple, unaware of the secrets it held. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, gravel crunching beneath her unmarked car's tires. What had been reported as a potential break-in seemed to carry an air of mystery beyond a simple intrusion. Daniel, his complexion pale in the dim light, met her at the door and led her through the grand foyer. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, his voice tinged with unease. "Static, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a steaming mug she dared not touch. "We found something hidden behind the wall," she revealed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and behind the drywall her voice faltered. There, wrapped in decaying plastic, they had uncovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, gloved hands carefully opening its fragile pages, discovered the elegant yet frantic script of Alina, the previous owner. Her entries hinted at a growing fear of her husband, Vincent, planning her harm. Daniel explained the last entry, 30 years old. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Further investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Records indicated Vincent selling the property shortly after Alina's disappearance. No legal separation, address change, or financial activity in her name since the final journal entry. A thorough search of the property exposed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the team unearthed the truth, human remains emerged, forensic evidence pointing to a woman in her 40s, a gold wedding band bearing the inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly formed, now aged and residing in a care facility, his chilling confession revealing a dark truth. She wouldn't cease her chatter, Vincent's calm voice echoed the past horrors. Through the intercom, incessant questions, always checking on me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself, wanting to be near, always watching. His vacant gaze met theirs. I wanted peace. Admitting guilt for murder, Vincent's narrative of Alina's abandonment crumbled, the trial swift with a sentencing reflecting the calculated cruelty and years of deception. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, sold the property. Before departing, they honored Alina with a garden memorial, the dark past now laid bare. The intercom, a relic of secrets, was removed by the subsequent owners during renovations. Workers, amidst the static and whispers during its dismantling, dismissed it as mere interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file, pondering how the manor had whispered its secret across time. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent, Aliner's voice resonating through the years. Dubbed the house that answered back among local law enforcement, the manor's presence lingered. Detective Reeves, passing by on her way home, slowed her car, window cracked open, listening for whispers carried on the wind. Story 17. It appeared in the mailbox, nestled within a plain envelope lacking any clues to its origins. A solitary brass key, weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, couldn't place its significance, yet a sense of déjà vu enveloped her as she held it in her hand. Trying it in every lock she owned yielded no results. It belonged to none of them. But when she placed it gently on the coffee table, a hush fell over the house, broken only by a solitary, eerie chime from the long silent grandfather clock in the hallway. Sarah, unsettled by this strange occurrence, sought the help of local authorities upon discovering the mysterious key. What began as an oddity soon unraveled into a shadowy tale that would grip the tranquil suburban neighborhood in fear. The initial responding officer brushed off her concerns as a simple mix-up, just a key in the mail gone astray. However, Sarah's intuition whispered otherwise, a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer took the key into custody, placing it in a small evidence bag, unaware of the pivotal role it would play in the unfolding mystery. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, found himself poring over the case file during the morning briefing. With a keen sense for cases that transcended their innocuous beginnings, the brass key sat innocently on his desk, yet its presence cast a shadow of unease over the room. Background checks painted Sarah as a law-abiding citizen, a retired English teacher, a widow with grown children living far away. No red flags in her financial records, no suspicious activities in her digital footprint. She seemed, on the surface, an unwitting recipient of a cryptic gift. Forensic analysis revealed only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, the envelope yielding no further clues beyond a bland postmark from a regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no tangible evidence, just a standard Schlage key, worn but unremarkable. The breakthrough arrived unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department's database. A match emerged from a cold case file dating back 7 years, linking the key to a storage unit where a gruesome collection of evidence had been found: blood-stained carpets, tools of cutting, and haunting photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, lacking the evidence needed to unmask the perpetrator. As Harmon delved deeper into the case, he uncovered a web of darkness woven by a shadowy figure named Harold Jenkins, a man who had slipped under the radar, leaving only whispers of his malevolence behind. Sarah's growing unease mirrored the tension building within the investigative team, prompting her to fortify her home with added security measures. The mystery deepened as Harmon and his team traced Jenkins' connections to Sarah, unearthing a chilling link through their shared past at the school where they had both worked. Despite minimal interaction on record, the tendrils of Jenkins' sinister past extended far and wide, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. The hunt for Jenkins intensified as investigators followed a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a secluded cabin that harbored unspeakable secrets. Beneath the creaking floorboards, a hidden chamber revealed a macabre collection of brass keys, each one a grim testament to lives snuffed out in the darkness. The chilling discovery of human remains buried nearby hinted at a horror too profound to comprehend a nightmare made flesh. Sarah, thrust unwittingly into the heart of this macabre tale, found herself at the center of a storm she could never have imagined. The press branded Jenkins as the Keymaster, a moniker that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The community recoiled in horror, grappling with the realization that evil had lurked among them, concealed by a facade of normalcy. The manhunt for Jenkins escalated, spanning across state lines in a desperate bid to bring him to justice. The final confrontation played out in a remote wilderness, culminating in a tragic end as Jenkins chose to evade capture through a final, irreversible act. In the aftermath, a journal left behind by Jenkins revealed the depth of his depravity, a twisted legacy of pain and suffering inflicted upon his victims. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, found herself unable to return to the sanctuary of her home, haunted by the specter of the darkness that had brushed so close to her life. As the community grappled with the aftermath of Jenkins' reign of terror, psychologists and researchers delved into his writings, seeking to understand the mind of a predator hiding in plain sight. The collection of brass keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, stood as a grim reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where monsters wear masks of normalcy. Story 18. The aged library faced its fate of demolition, with workers nearing completion when a discovery halted their progress. Among them, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch within a bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a narrow pathway leading to a hidden chamber. The air within was heavy, untouched by human presence for decades. No furniture adorned the room, save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the authorities, ushering in an unexpected turn of events. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself facing a scene unlike any other in his career. Standing in the doorway, his flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the unsettling message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history painted a mysterious backdrop. Once owned by the prominent Harrington family, the library was gifted to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind no trace except her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, the case grew cold. While the prevailing notion was that she had fled to start anew, her family clung to the belief that something darker had befallen her. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells were discovered among the scratches on the wall, hinting at a struggle endured by a young female. "This chair was meant for confinement," the analyst remarked, indicating the bolt holes and worn leather straps still affixed to the arms. The occupant fought fiercely against their restraints. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, a nagging feeling tugging at him regarding the timing of the library's donation. It had been gifted to the community shortly after Rebecca's disappearance, a coincidence that now bore weight in his investigation. Further digging unearthed a troubling detail. The contractor who installed the bookshelf had ties exclusively to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to this contractor, far surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed astonishment at the discovery, none privy to the hidden room's existence. However, an elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's frequent seclusion in that part of the building after hours, attributing it to his purported reverence for the historical significance of the woodwork. Maxwell insisted that section remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to the investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was invaluable. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA analysis confirmed a match between the biological material found in the hidden chamber and samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old room. The pieces began to align, painting a chilling portrait. Rebecca had not departed willingly. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. With a warrant in hand, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, uncovering a leather-bound journal secreted in a hidden compartment within Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled months of disturbing entries detailing an obsessive fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened to expose me. I could not allow that. The room will keep her until she sees reason. Maxwell, now residing in a coastal retirement community, initially denied any involvement during questioning. However, faced with the damning evidence, his fa-de crumbled. She was a threat to everything, he confessed tonelessly. Rebecca stumbled upon proof of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was at stake. I couldn't let her ruin it. His admission unveiled a gruesome truth. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and confined her in the hidden room with intentions of coercing her silence. A fatal misstep occurred when Rebecca attempted an escape during one of his visits, leading to her demise. I panicked, Maxwell disclosed during his confession. I buried her beneath the room's floorboards and sealed it shut. Donating the library ensured that part remained undisturbed. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the room's floor. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal form, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted to her by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family stood witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a solemn closure to a harrowing chapter. Rebecca's mother clutched the bracelet, a poignant token of remembrance amid the tragedy. The library's demolition came to a halt, transforming into a site of mourning and introspection. Community members left flowers at its threshold, honoring a life extinguished prematurely and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf, waiting patiently to be unveiled. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's desperate plea, "I am still here," scrawled on the walls, ensured her memory endured and that justice, though delayed, found its way into the light. Story 19, the mysterious tale of the old box found in the attic, unraveled a chilling mystery that lingered like a haunting melody in the air. Deep within the layers of time and dust, the forgotten relic whispered of secrets long kept hidden. Faded Polaroids lay nestled within, capturing moments of joy and togetherness, each frame a window into the past. Yet it was the final photo that cast a shadow over everything. In that last snapshot, taken in the familiar living room, a family unknown to Rebecca smiled back at the camera, their faces frozen in a moment of bliss. But lurking in the shadows behind them stood a figure, a dark presence watching from the hallway. As Rebecca gazed at the image, a shiver danced down her spine, a subtle tremor in her fingers betraying her unease. Descending the creaking wooden steps, the weight of the past pressed down upon her, suffusing the house with an oppressive stillness. Placing the photo on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, the eerie resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture unsettling her further. Enter Detective Morgan, a man of few words and sharp eyes, his weathered jacket a testament to the mysteries he had unraveled. With a keen gaze, he delved into the enigma of the photograph, seeking answers in the shadows of the past. As the investigation unfolded, layers of history peeled away, revealing a pattern of disappearances that spanned generations. The Sutherland family, last seen in the haunting photo, had vanished without a trace, joining a lineage of families who had called the house their home before inexplicably disappearing. Each family, like a ghost of the past, had left no trail behind, as if swallowed by the very walls of the house itself. Forensic analysis uncovered eerie details within the photograph, hinting at a sinister presence lingering just beyond the frame. And as the investigation led to the basement, the earth yielded its secrets, revealing the fate of those who had vanished, a chilling tableau frozen in time. But the true horror lay hidden in the attic, where a secret chamber concealed a chilling truth. The journal found within spoke of a watcher in the shadows, of a new resident marked for a fate unknown. With each passing moment, the sense of impending dread grew, casting a pall over Rebecca's every move. As the night wore on, a chilling call pierced the silence, a mechanical click echoing through the darkness. The Polaroid camera whirred to life, capturing a moment of terror in the making. And as the investigation continued, the house stood silent and empty, a sentinel of secrets waiting to be unveiled. The mystery of Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect of the house, remained shrouded in ambiguity, his presence a specter haunting the minds of all who sought the truth. And in the shadows, new photographs developed, capturing the essence of new lives intertwined with the darkness of the past. The legacy of the house endured, a tapestry of shadows and light woven into its very foundation. And as the world turned, the whispers of the past lingered, a reminder that some mysteries were never meant to be fully understood. Story 20. The worn envelope whispered secrets of bygone days, its edges tinged with the soft hue of age, yet the stamp upon it bore the crispness of recent touch, a silent messenger from the past, delivered just a whisper ago. With a steady hand, the detective unfurled its contents, a single sheet of paper bearing a cryptic message etched in hurried letters, as if the words themselves were desperate to escape their confines. "I am sorry for what I did," the message confessed, a confession tinged with an air of melancholy that hung heavy in the stillness. A faint dampness clung to the paper, a metallic scent lingering in the air, unnoticed until the eye caught sight of a reddish smear along its lower edge, a macabre punctuation to an already unsettling scene. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a grace born of experience, carefully secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision, a silent dance of preservation and scrutiny. The forensics team's findings confirmed Morgan's suspicions. The crimson stain that marred the paper was indeed human blood, a chilling echo of a tragedy long unsolved, a specter haunting the corridors of the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a grim fate within the walls of her own sanctuary, her life cut short by a flurry of vicious blows. Her absence had left a void, her story left unfinished, scattered notes bearing witness to a life interrupted. The investigation, once a roaring flame of determination, had dwindled to embers despite tireless efforts and countless leads gone cold. And now this letter, a harbinger of secrets long buried, had found its way to the doorstep of the Homicide Division, a silent plea for justice. The paper and its weathered companion yielded scant clues, fingerprints dancing out of reach, mere whispers of contact. But the postmark, a breadcrumb in the labyrinth of shadows, offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to be followed. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, walls adorned with snapshots of tragedy, timelines of despair, and profiles of the elusive. The letter, a focal point amidst the chaos, held a weight that hung heavy in the air. This changes everything, Morgan spoke, her voice a solemn melody in the quiet room. Our perpetrator shows remorse. Detective James Chen, a stalwart companion on this journey of shadows, cast a skeptical gaze upon the letter. Or perhaps, he ventured, it is a ruse, a masquerade of regret, a dance of deception. The forensics team, diligent in their pursuit of truth, traced the unique impressions of the typewriter to a relic of a bygone era, its whispers echoing through time, rare but not impossible to find. Their search expanded, reaching out to the corners of the region, a web woven in pursuit of justice. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, the tapestry of Rebecca's life unfurled before their eyes. A portrait of determination emerged, painted in shades of resilience and defiance. Her inquiries had led her down paths fraught with danger, her latest pursuit delving into the shadows of a family ensnared in a web of power and deceit. The echoes of a patriarch's passing reverberated through the halls of privilege, a legacy tainted by whispers of betrayal. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a figure of solace, now stood under the scrutiny of suspicion. His demeanor, once a pillar of strength, now bore cracks of uncertainty, a facade crumbling under the weight of truth. She spoke of shadows, he confessed, his voice a whisper in the stillness. Whispers of eyes watching, of footsteps echoing in the night. I failed to heed her warnings. And as the detectives delved deeper, a second letter arrived, a mirror to the first, its message a tapestry of regret and revelation. The shadows of guilt grew longer, stretching across the tapestry of secrets. Their journey led them to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, a mausoleum of opulence cloaked in shadows. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the nexus of their gaze, a figure shrouded in layers of deceit. His collection of antiquities whispered of a past preserved, a past tainted by the stains of sin. And when the shadows lifted, revealing the truth hidden in plain sight, the pieces fell into place with a chilling finality. The fibers on the envelopes, a silent witness to treachery, bore the mark of a daughter's betrayal, a daughter named Eleanor. Her revelation, a whisper in the storm, unveiled a tale of manipulation and deceit, a tale woven in shadows. The hidden room, a chamber of secrets unveiled, spoke volumes in the language of silence. Newspaper clippings, surveillance echoes, a typewriter of tales told and untold all bore the mark of a tragedy long foretold. And in the shadows, a connection unseen emerged, a thread binding the fates of Richard and Michael in a dance of deception. The tendrils of truth extended, reaching into the depths of betrayal and greed. Bank records, a ledger of sins, unveiled a web of transactions tainted by blood and lies. And as the truth unfurled its wings, the final act drew near. Michael's confession, a symphony of regret, echoed through the halls of justice. I sought to protect what I held dear, he murmured, his voice a tremor in the stillness. But in my silence I sowed the seeds of tragedy. I betrayed her trust, and in doing so I sealed her fate. And as the gavel fell, the echoes of justice reverberated through the courtroom, a testament to the weight of guilt and the price of betrayal. The trial, a tapestry of truth and deception, unfolded before the eyes of justice. Richard, a figure of defiance, clung to the shadows of denial, his voice a whisper of protest amidst the storm. But the evidence spoke louder, a chorus of truth that could not be silenced. And as the scales of justice tipped, the verdict rang clear, a symphony of guilt, a requiem for the fallen. Detective Morgan, a figure of solace in a sea of shadows, approached Rebecca's parents with a quiet grace. No words could erase the pain of loss, but in the echoes of justice, a measure of closure was found. The blood-stained letters, a testament to the fragility of deceit, found their place in the halls of memory, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows in the light of truth. And as the case of Rebecca Warren faded into the annals of history, Its legacy endured a beacon of light in the shadows, a reminder that even the most carefully laid plans can crumble in the face of justice. Story 21. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded hues, a relic of a forgotten birthday. Smiles frozen in time, candles dancing in the gentle flicker of light, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But when the daughter inherited the box of memories, tucked away in the dusty attic, she saw it. A presence lurking in the background of every photo, a man shrouded in mystery, standing just beyond the glow of those birthday candles. He was not one of their own, not a familiar face from those cherished moments. And yet, with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sifting through her mother's belongings after the somber farewell of a funeral. A simple cardboard box, marked only with the word memories, revealed a treasure trove of moments captured long ago. What should have brought solace and nostalgia soon turned into the unraveling of a chilling enigma. In the first photograph, he was a mere shadow on the periphery, a silhouette lingering at the edge during her 7th birthday festivities. The dark figure, obscure and watchful, stood by the glass door, unnoticed by all. In the following snapshot, he had crept inside, his presence growing more pronounced. And by the third photo, he stood ominously close, a silent observer behind her uncle, his intentions veiled in shadow. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she recounted the unsettling discovery. "Dad, who is this man haunting our family photos?" A heavy silence hung in the air before a sharp intake of breath broke through. "What man? There should be no one but our own kin," her father's bewildered response echoed down the line. Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator, listened intently as Sarah laid out the evidence before him in the dimly lit precinct. Raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm against the windows, casting dancing shadows across the photographs spread across the worn desk. The detective's gaze traced the progression of the mysterious figure, his interest piqued by the enigmatic trail left behind in each image. "And no one recognized this man?" Reed inquired, his voice a mix of neutrality and intrigue. "None," Sarah affirmed, arranging the photos to unveil the eerie progression. As the detective lined in, the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place. The figure's calculated movements through the captured moments painted a haunting picture, a silent intruder edging closer to the unsuspecting children, culminating in a final, chilling image where he loomed just behind Sarah's youthful form, a ghostly hand outstretched. "The photographer," Reed suggested, a hint of skepticism tainting his words. "My mother captured these moments, setting the timer and stepping into the frame herself," Sarah explained, dispelling any doubts of an outsider's interference. The investigation delved deeper as Reed meticulously combed through the past, reaching out to all who had been present at the fateful birthday gathering. Yet no one recalled the mysterious man, no hired help, no visiting neighbors. The secluded property, chosen for its privacy, held tight to its secrets, the figure remaining elusive in every frame, a phantom of the past. But Sarah's discovery of similar haunting figures in other family albums breathed new life into the case. Different occasions, different years, yet the same shadowy presence looming in the background, unnoticed and unbidden. With the aid of a computer specialist, the images were enhanced, revealing tantalizing details once hidden by time's veil: a scar, a ring, a glimpse of features previously obscured in darkness. A breakthrough came with the match of dental records in eerie connection to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished years ago after being linked to unsolved child abductions in the region. The pieces of a chilling puzzle fell into place, the figure in the shadows now bearing a name, a face, a past drenched in darkness. As authorities unearthed buried truths from Keller's past residence, chilling relics emerged: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all fragments of lives shattered by his malevolent touch. The missing pieces of a tragic mosaic now coming together to paint a grim picture of decades-old horrors. Alone in her silent apartment, Sarah pondered the weight of the revelations that had torn through her family's history. A call from the detective brought news of closure, the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties, a bittersweet resolution, confirming the fate of a long-lost child. Her gaze lingered on the final birthday photo, the warmth of the candlelight casting a deceptive glow on the faces frozen in time. And there, just beyond her younger self, hidden in the shadows but undeniably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to all but the lens that captured his sinister dance through their lives, the elusive enigma that had haunted their memories now unmasked, his legacy of shadows finally exposed to the light of justice. Sarah gathered the photos, each frame a testament to the horrors that had lurked unseen within their midst. The chilling truth that sometimes the most perilous threats are those that move unnoticed through the tapestry of our lives, leaving only a faint trace of their presence in the stillness of captured moments, a reminder of the fragility of time and the darkness that can lurk within its depths. Story 22. In the beginning, there was a mere flicker, a subtle anomaly in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother initially brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the audio began to crackle, and a hushed voice murmured, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, her blood turning to icy rivers beneath her skin. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room, only to find an empty crib greeting her anxious gaze. The window stood shut, the door securely locked. Amidst this eerie scene, the only discordant note was the stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy eyes fixed upon her in silent accusation. Later, when the investigators probed the depths of the mystery, Rebecca recounted how she had screamed until her voice was raw, her cries piercing the night and drawing concerned neighbors to her aid. Emergency services were summoned, arriving to find her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of anguish on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a single trace to follow. The initial search for answers yielded little. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system standing undisturbed through the night. The baby monitor footage, aside from the enigmatic voice and static, revealed nothing amiss. How could an intruder slip past locked doors and windows, plucking a child from his crib without leaving a single footprint except on a discarded toy? Suspicion soon turned its accusing finger towards Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been absent on business, their strained marriage casting shadows over the investigation. Medical records whispered of Rebecca's battle with postpartum struggles, casting shadows of doubt upon her grief-stricken countenance. Whispers crackled like dry leaves in the autumn wind, gossip swirling through the community's hidden corners. But then, a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, were discovered on the nursery windowsill, a clue pointing towards a potential intruder gaining access from the outside. The investigation pivoted, shedding light on a shadowy figure moving stealthily through the night, leaving behind only a faint imprint in the garden soil, a trace of a specialized boot used by skilled climbers and military personnel. Rebecca's spotlight dimmed as Daniel returned, bearing a storm of emotions and unanswered questions. Unusual calluses on his hands piqued the investigator's interest, hinting at a newfound hobby in rock climbing to soothe his inner turmoil. Financial records whispered of troubling secrets, a significant life insurance policy taken out on Samuel's name. The web of deceit tightened as phone records unveiled a clandestine dialogue with an unknown entity, abruptly severed before the abduction. Darkness shrouded the case further when Daniel's hidden life unraveled a second family in a distant community, a secret kept from Rebecca's unsuspecting eyes. With each revelation, the shadows deepened, casting doubts upon a man once deemed blameless. The heart of the mystery lay within the baby monitor, a digital oracle that had been tampered with, its signals twisted and warped. The haunting voice that lulled Rebecca to sleep had not originated from the nursery, but had been crafted and channeled from afar, echoing through the silent night. The digital trail led the investigators to a nondescript basement where a startling truth awaited them. There in the dim light, Samuel was found in the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without protest, her eyes vacant, a silent witness to her own undoing. The tangled threads of fate unraveled through old photographs and DNA strands, revealing Elaine as Daniel's first wife, scarred by a miscarriage that had shattered her world. A tale of betrayal and longing unfolded as digital footprints traced Daniel's complicity. The fibers on his climbing gear matched those found at the scene, his boots mirroring the imprint in the garden soil. Encrypted messages whispered of a sinister, packed and orchestrated plan to claim what they believed was rightfully theirs. The courtroom fell into a hushed silence as the enhanced audio from the baby monitor echoed through the air, revealing not just the chilling whispers, but also a familiar cough, the echo of Daniel's presence on that fateful night. The jury's deliberation was swift, the verdict resounding with the weight of justice. Daniel and Elaine were sentenced to the full extent of the law for their crimes against an innocent child. In the aftermath, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the digital realm. Baby monitors became scrutinized for vulnerabilities, nurseries fortified with added layers of protection. The fragility of trust in a world where technology could be wielded as a weapon against the most vulnerable was a lesson etched in the fabric of their lives. Samuel grew up shielded from the memory of that fateful night, his innocence preserved in the cocoon of a loving mother's embrace. And as for the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes bore silent witness to the truth that lay hidden within the darkness, the revelation that sometimes the whispers in the night carried more than mere words. They bore the weight of a twisted reality that defied all expectations. The baby monitor had been the silent observer, capturing a truth that transcended mere appearances, a truth that would echo through the ages, a haunting lullaby in the stillness of the night. Story 23, The Hidden Room Beneath. The old wooden plank betrayed her with a subtle creak under her weight. It shifted imperceptibly, but enough to draw her focus. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down, tracing the edges with her fingertips, sensing the hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With deliberate care, she pried up the boards, unveiling a dark, cramped space beneath her new abode. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, her eyes gradually adjusted to discern the contents below. A mattress, a chair. And nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with her name written repeatedly, a haunting echo of familiarity. Detective Morgan Reed loomed behind Sarah Coleman, who peered into the abyss beneath her freshly acquired dwelling. Beyond the mere discovery of a hidden room, Sarah's widened eyes reflected a deeper fear, an invasion of safety, a sinister presence encroaching upon her anticipated fresh start. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed cautioned, her voice steady yet resolute. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move entering buildings, conversing with friends, walking to her car. A clandestine homage to an obsession that had lurked right beneath her feet. Sarah had bought the quaint cottage from the estate of the reclusive Walter Green, an elderly man who had passed away without kin. The property had sat vacant for months before hitting the market, described in listings as charming and ripe for minor upgrades. No mention was made of any peculiarities during inspections or the sale process. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "Neighbors claimed he kept to himself. I was told that basement access had been sealed off ages ago." That's what the inspection report indicated. As crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment reverberated against the wooden floorboards upon entry. They meticulously documented every detail, collecting evidence and eventually extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook from the concealed enclave. Forensic scrutiny unveiled an array of fingerprints throughout, all belonging to Walter Green. What troubled investigators most was the timeline they reconstructed. Walter had been monitoring Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had shadowed her at community events, frequented the same haunts, and even patronized the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah remained oblivious to his presence. The fixation typically escalates, the department psychologist elucidated during a debrief. From fantasy to scheming, the hidden room implies preparations for more direct action. Detective Reed's inquiry took an unexpected turn upon interviewing Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. Anxious and fidgety, the man toyed with his wedding ring throughout their conversation. Walter mentioned her sometimes, he confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. "I thought it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined." His voice trailed off, gaze fixated on his hands. "Did he discuss any intentions regarding her?" Reed probed. "Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat about how she's meant for me. I thought it was mere talk." Securing a warrant, Reed delved into Walter's workplace locker, left untouched since his passing. Inside, a key unrelated to any locks in Walter's residence was discovered. Tracing the serial number led them to a storage unit registered under his name. With a grating screech, the metal door of the unit ascended, unveiling meticulously arranged furniture replicating Sarah's former abode, her bed, desk, even her living room ensemble. A mannequin sporting a wig akin to Sarah's hairstyle sat poised at the desk replica. Most disconcerting was a calendar denoting a date a mere week following Walter's abrupt demise from a heart attack. The encircled date bore a single word: together. Further investigation unearthed Walter's institutionalization in his youth due to an obsession with a female instructor. His records chronicled treatment for erotomania, a delusion where one believes another reciprocates their affections despite evidence to the contrary. Following his release, Walter led a quiet life until something about Sarah reignited his dormant fixation. At the police station, Reed laid out crime scene photos across the conference table. In his mind, they shared a unique bond. He believed their union was inevitable. Could she have encountered him somewhere, sparking this fixation? Another detective inquired. Reed shook her head. No evidence points to any prior interaction. Sometimes these obsessions require minimal stimuli. A passing smile, a fleeting gaze. For an individual with his history, that might be enough. Sarah opted to sell the house, unable to reclaim a sense of security within its walls. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. "I can't shake the thought of what could have unfolded if he hadn't passed away then," she murmured. "If I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have resided here, oblivious to his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets lurking beneath my feet?" Following Walter's demise, the case was closed. designated as stalking with intent to abduct, although the abduction itself never materialized. Psychological evaluations surmised Walter's plan to confine Sarah within either the hidden chamber or the storage unit. Sarah relocated far away, altering her routines and safeguarding her personal information. Detective Reed sporadically checked in on her tacit acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had evaded becoming another statistic, another casualty. The cottage found new owners, a young couple oblivious to its history. The hidden room was sealed off, the floorboards replaced. Life resumed its course. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the concealed chamber beneath the floor served as a chilling reminder of unseen perils, of monsters eluding capture, and of victims unknowingly skirting their own demise. Story 24: The Enigmatic Doll. In the dimly lit attic, obscured beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with its piercing blue eyes frozen in an unwavering gaze. Sarah and Michael, a young couple enamored by the allure of a Victorian house they had purchased, were taken aback by the doll's presence. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air, a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Initially dismissing it as just another forgotten trinket of the past, they retired for the night, unaware of the unsettling aura that had settled upon the house. The stillness of the air seemed heavier, the quiet of the night stretching into an eerie silence. And when dawn broke, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic. It now sat ominously at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel bearing witness to unknown mysteries. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, was summoned on a crisp autumn morning to a scene shrouded in enigma. In the master bedroom, a woman's lifeless form was discovered, arranged in a contorted pose that spoke of unnatural forces at play. Her eyes held a terror-stricken expression, a silent scream frozen on her face. Nearby in the hallway lay the male victim, his posture suggesting a desperate attempt to flee from an unseen threat. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, a chilling realization dawned upon her: the meticulous positioning of the victims, akin to lifeless dolls carefully posed for display. The absence of any signs of intrusion or struggle only deepened the mystery, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that lingered in the air like an unspoken curse. The investigation unraveled a tapestry of eerie accounts, from neighbors' shadows flitting past windows, faint echoes of childish laughter resonating through the empty corridors of the house. Forensic analysis unearthed traces of vintage fabrics, reminiscent of doll clothing, meticulously scattered throughout the crime scene. Yet the absence of any tangible evidence of a perpetrator confounded even the most seasoned experts. Delving into the property's dark past revealed a haunting pattern of unexplained deaths spanning decades, each cloaked in shadows of uncertainty and dread. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic tale: a reclusive doll maker, his daughter's untimely demise, and a final creation shrouded in macabre secrets. As Detective Winters connected the dots, a chilling revelation emerged: each victim had tampered with the attic space, unknowingly awakening a malevolent force that lurked within the confines of the house. Old photographs unveiled a sinister truth: the dollmaker's creations held a sinister sentience, their porcelain forms harboring a dark energy that defied logic and reason. The trail led to a distant relative of the dollmaker, whose whispered tales spoke of arcane rituals and forbidden knowledge passed down through generations. The line between myth and reality blurred as the investigation spiraled into a realm where the mundane met the supernatural, leaving behind a trail of unanswered riddles and unsolved mysteries. Despite her best efforts, Detective Winters found herself at an impasse, the elusive truth slipping through her grasp like smoke on the wind. The doll, a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of fear and uncertainty that lingered like a shadow over the house. As the years passed, the house changed hands, its dark history casting a pall over its once grand facade. The attic, now devoid of the enigmatic doll, remained a silent testament to the secrets buried within its walls. And though the new owners claimed peace and solitude, whispers of a spectral presence persisted, a haunting reminder of a past best left undisturbed. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma that had eluded her grasp, chose to retire, bearing the weight of untold truths that lay dormant in the shadows. On her final day, she locked away a photograph, a haunting reminder of a past best forgotten, and bid farewell to a chapter of her life shrouded in mystery and darkness. And so the tale of the enigmatic doll faded into legend, a cautionary whisper passed down through the generations, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken a darkness that knows no bounds. Story 25. The house had stood silent for an eternity, untouched by human presence. Whispers from the neighbors told tales of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving the rooms to gather dust and shadows. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight, the bedroom sealed shut, a mystery waiting to unfold. With a creak and a push, the door relented, revealing a chamber frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, as if the room itself held its breath in anticipation. The bed was neatly made, untouched by the passage of time. The mirror reflected a world devoid of life, its surface polished to perfection. A solitary candle stood sentinel on the desk, its flame long extinguished, leaving behind a trail of tears in the form of melted wax. And there, amidst the stillness, lay a notebook, its pages whispering secrets of the past. Detective Morgan delved into its contents, guided by the gentle glow of forensic technicians unraveling the room's hidden truths. Elise Winters, aged 26, emerged from the ink-stained pages, her voice echoing through the silence of the room. Her meticulous handwriting danced across the paper, each stroke a testament to her existence. But as the entries progressed, a sense of unease crept in, culminating in a chilling revelation on the night she vanished. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final words echoed. "The shadows loom, their whispers deafening. If fate befalls me, know that it was no accident." The detective closed the notebook, a shiver tracing his spine as the room seemed to exhale a sigh of sorrow. The landlord lingered in the doorway, haunted by the specter of the past. His words faltered as he confessed, "We searched every corner before offering this place to the living. That door was never meant to be locked." Elise's life had been intertwined with the corridors of power, her pursuit of truth leading her down a treacherous path. Her colleagues spoke of a woman consumed by secrets, her discoveries hidden beneath layers of deception. The room bore no witness to her struggles, no hint of the turmoil that had engulfed her existence. As the investigation unfolded, hidden truths emerged from the shadows. A flash drive, a key gateways to a world of corruption and deceit. The digital whispers revealed a web of lies spun by those entrusted with justice, their crimes laid bare for all to see. Detective Morgan's relentless pursuit of the truth unearthed a trail of blood and betrayal, leading to a reckoning long overdue. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a sinister plot that had claimed the life of a woman determined to expose the darkness lurking in the shadows. Vincent Harriman, the orchestrator of Elise's demise, stood trial for his sins. His words rang hollow in the courtroom, a feeble attempt to rewrite a history stained with blood. But justice, like a silent specter, crept closer with each passing moment, its gaze unwavering. The room where Elise's story had begun stood silent once more, a testament to the courage of a woman who refused to be silenced. Her spirit lingered in the shadows, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness. And as the house whispered tales of the past, the truth remained etched in every corner, a reminder that justice, though delayed, would always find its way home. Story 26. The real estate listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, meticulously examined, revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family carefully peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, they stumbled upon a hidden surprise, a door concealed beneath. The handle, heavy and rusted, required the combined effort of three to pry it open. A rush of stale air greeted them, carrying the earthy scent of dampness. Descending the steps into the darkness below, they braced themselves for a storage space, but what awaited them was far more unsettling. In the dim light, a single chair stood with a swaying light bulb above, casting eerie shadows, and lining the wall behind the chair, a chilling display photographs of themselves, images captured from within the walls of their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban residence during the stark winter months, drawn to its quaint charm and whispered tales of history. Little did they know the depths of history entwined within the walls, waiting to collide with their present in a way they could never have imagined. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's frantic call had led them to this hidden chamber beneath the living room floor. "We must document everything before further exploration," Connors directed, gloving her hands with practiced efficiency. Flash after flash of the camera illuminated the small basement as the forensic team meticulously captured every detail. The wooden stairs groaned under their weight, leading them to a room no larger than a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a somber gray. In the center, a lone chair stood anchored to the floor, under the harsh glow of the bare bulb that spun gently in the unseen breeze. But it was the haunting array of 37 photographs that held their gaze, each image meticulously dated and arranged in sequence. "These date back weeks," noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on each print. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the table, the children in their rooms." The absence of forced entry or theft left them with an unsettling sense of violation, as if their privacy had been stripped away along with their peace of mind. Further investigation uncovered a web of fingerprints, mostly belonging to previous owners of the property. Records painted a picture of transient ownership, with families coming and going in rapid succession, each unaware of the hidden chamber beneath their feet. Connors ordered a thorough interrogation of former residents, unearthing a disturbing pattern of obscured truths and withheld information. The pivotal moment arrived during a conversation with the contractor who had renovated the house years before. His denial of the existence of the basement clashed with the undeniable evidence before them, sending shivers down their spines. Digital forensics unveiled a trove of images stored on a hidden memory card, revealing a voyeuristic obsession that spanned generations of families who had called the house home. The discovery of audio recordings further deepened the mystery, hinting at a sophisticated surveillance system lurking within the very walls. As the investigation delved deeper, a sinister truth emerged. Edward Kelvin, the elusive builder of the house, had never truly left. His meticulous observations and twisted fixation had led him to retreat into the hidden recesses of the property, where he had become a ghostly presence, watching, waiting, and documenting the lives of those who unknowingly inhabited his creation. The manhunt culminated in the discovery of Kelvin, a gaunt figure concealed within the walls he had engineered to suit his voyeuristic desires. His detached demeanor and delusional justifications painted a chilling portrait of a man lost in his own fabricated reality, where families were mere players in his twisted drama. The trial laid bare the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, exposing the house as a sinister stage where he had orchestrated a macabre theater of private moments stolen from unwitting residents. The demolition of the property marked the end of an era, but for the families who had unknowingly shared their lives with a spectral observer, the scars of invasion lingered, a specter haunting their every glance at the walls that had betrayed their trust. In the quiet hours when shadows danced across the ceiling, they couldn't help but wonder, were they truly alone now, or was Edward Kelvin's phantom gaze still lingering in the hidden corners, forever etched into the fabric of their memories? Story 27. In the old apartment with its creaking floorboards and groaning pipes, strange footsteps echoed through the silence, too deliberate and steady to be dismissed as mere settling sounds. The new tenant, Sarah Coleman, lived on the top floor, yet the footsteps seemed to come from above. One night, mustering her courage, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The mysterious footsteps halted, plunging the apartment into an eerie stillness. Then, a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself, sending shivers down Sarah's spine. Despite the unnerving occurrences, Sarah kept the strange incidents to herself, attributing them to the quirks of the old building. Night after night, the methodical footfalls traced invisible paths across her ceiling, disrupting her peace. Desperate to drown out the unsettling sounds, she resorted to cranking up the volume on her television and wearing headphones to bed. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. Behind a section of drywall, an illicit passage was revealed, leading to a hidden living space filled with remnants of a clandestine observer, food wrappers, water bottles, and a disturbing notebook. The notebook unveiled chilling details of Sarah's life, meticulously documented by an unknown voyeur. Her every move, from daily routines to intimate moments, had been meticulously recorded. The final entry hinted at a growing obsession that had spiraled into madness. Forensics uncovered a labyrinthine network of secret passages within the building, connecting to multiple apartments but ultimately leading to Sarah's unit. Former residents shared unsettling experiences of feeling watched or hearing unexplained noises, hinting at a sinister presence lurking within the walls. The case took a darker turn when microscopic blood spatter linked to a missing former resident, Martin Weaver, was discovered in one of the crawl spaces. As Detective Morris delved deeper, a pattern emerged connecting the disappearances of former residents to a reclusive man named Edward Mercer, a former construction worker with a penchant for hidden spaces. A chilling discovery at Edward's remote cabin revealed a macabre collection of photos, notes, and journals detailing his twisted observations of unsuspecting residents. The grim reality of multiple graves behind the cabin painted a harrowing picture of Edward's dark deeds. As the manhunt for Edward continued, Sarah Coleman vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cryptic message etched onto a fogged mirror. The hunt for Edward, the elusive architect of terror, intensified as authorities unraveled the extent of his sinister schemes. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's fate and the echoes of the hidden passages, found himself listening intently to the silence of his own home, pondering the chilling possibility of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The enigma of Edward Mercer, the phantom of hidden spaces, lingers like a ghostly whisper in the night, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind the facades of ordinary life.